Welcome to Quiet Scare, where horror doesn't scream, it whispers. These are authentic, documented experiences, real encounters, carefully curated and adapted with a light touch to preserve what happened and deepen the hush around it. Please like and subscribe, and tap the bell to catch new episodes. There are no more than 3 ads in the first 15 minutes, then uninterrupted playback. Quiet, literary horror shaped from true accounts for sophisticated listeners. Sleep well and dream dark. Rain makes a neighborhood sound different. It turns every porch light into a blurred coin, and every tire hiss into something that feels closer than it is. That night, just before midnight, I was standing at the front window because I'd heard a sharp crack that didn't match the weather, and my first thought wasn't thunder. It was glass. My brother had parked his car along the curb in front of our place, nose pointed toward the intersection like he always did. We lived on one of those suburban streets where everyone's lawn looks trimmed, even when nobody's happy, where the same dogs bark at the same joggers. The rain had been coming down steady, not dramatic, just enough to beat on the siding and pull little rivers down the driveway. The streetlight outside flickered with that wet halo, and in it I saw 2 shapes leaning into my brother's driver's side door. Not shadows, people, hoods up, shoulders tight, moving with purpose. One of them lifted an arm, and something flashed pale in his hand. Then came that crack I'd heard, and the side window burst in a tight spray that glittered for half a second before it vanished into the dark. My stomach dropped so hard I had to brace a hand on the sill. They didn't fumble or hesitate. The one closest to the door reached in and yanked the lock like he'd done it 100 times. The door swung open, and the interior light snapped on, painting their hands and sleeves. The other one looked up and down the street like he was checking for a dog walker, for a porch curtain twitching. He looked calm. That calm is what made it worse. My brother kept a backpack in the car. Nothing fancy, just a beat-up black one he used for work, and he'd been lazy about bringing it inside. I watched one of them lean in and hook it with 2 fingers like it weighed nothing. He pulled it out, and the strap dragged across the broken glass with a sound I could hear even through the window in the rain. I didn't think. I moved. I was out the front door in socks before I had shoes. The cold concrete slapping my feet through thin fabric. The rain hit my face and tasted like metal. I yelled one raw sound and it came out louder than I expected, like my throat had been waiting for it. The 2 heads snapped toward me. For a fraction of a second they froze, and I saw their eyes as pale ovals under the hoods. Then the one with the backpack turned and ran. The other one slammed the car door shut with his hip, like he was annoyed at the inconvenience of being seen, and he followed. They sprinted toward the corner where the street bent behind a line of trees. I chased them a few steps without thinking about the dark, without thinking about what they might have in their pockets. All I could think was that backpack, my brother's stuff, the idea of someone reaching into our space like it was open season. My brother came barreling out behind me, barefoot too, pulling a hoodie over his head as he ran. He didn't ask what was happening. He didn't need to. His gaze locked on his car and the jagged hole where the window had been, and the sound he made was the kind that doesn't come from the mouth so much as the chest. Across the street, a porch light snapped on. A neighbor's front door cracked open. Another light clicked on down the block. In a normal moment, that would have felt comforting. Proof that we weren't alone. In that moment, it just made me aware of how exposed we all were. My mother's bedroom light went on upstairs. I remember glancing back and seeing her appear at the top of the stairs behind the curtain of our front window. Hair loose, nightshirt hanging straight, her face set in a way I'd only seen when something threatened one of us. She didn't stop to put on shoes. She didn't stop to grab a coat. She was downstairs and out the door in seconds, moving faster than I would have believed. The burglars reached the corner and vanished behind the trees. We slowed at the curb, breath steaming in the rain, and I thought that was it, that they'd disappear into someone's backyard, or hop a fence and we'd be standing there with wet socks and a broken window, and a feeling we couldn't shake. Then an engine roared to life. Headlights flared from behind the trees, and a vehicle lurched forward, cutting across the wet pavement with a splash. It was a truck. Big. Lifted. The kind that sits high enough to make other cars look small. Even in the rain, I caught the profile of it. A custom Ford, loud exhaust, dark paint that swallowed the streetlight. It shot past the corner like it was late for something. My mother didn't hesitate. She was already in her car. I heard her door slam. I heard the ignition. The tires spun for half a heartbeat on the wet driveway, then caught. Her headlights swept across us, white and harsh, and she swung into the street so sharply the back end fishtailed a little. For a split second, her nightshirt was visible in the flash of our porch light through the windshield, a ghostly rectangle behind the glass. Then she was gone, following the truck. I stood there, rain running down my neck, staring at the empty space she'd left behind. My brother shouted her name once, and his voice cracked on the second syllable. I ran inside long enough to grab my phone from the kitchen counter. My hands were shaking so badly, I nearly dropped it on the tile. When I got it unlocked, the screen was slick with rain. I dialed and pressed it to my ear, pacing by the open front door while the house breathed cold air around me. The line rang and rang. When someone finally answered, the operator's voice sounded too calm for what was happening in my head. I gave our address. I said my brother's car had been broken into. I said there were suspects in a truck, heading toward the main road. Outside, neighbors had stepped onto their porches. One of them waved an arm, pointing the direction the truck had gone. Another yelled something about calling it in. In the brief pockets between rain gusts, I could hear distant engines on the freeway, that constant river of movement beyond our subdivision. My mother still wasn't back. Minutes stretch when you're waiting for a taillight to reappear. I watched the street like it might bring her back if I stared hard enough. My brother paced on the lawn, arms wrapped around himself, water dripping from his hair. He kept looking at the broken window as if he couldn't accept it was real. The neighbor across the street stood with his phone up, face lit blue, recording or calling or both. When my mother finally came back, she didn't pull into the driveway carefully. She came in hot, brakes hissing on wet pavement, and stopped at an angle that made the car look like it had been thrown there. She got out and stood in the rain for a second without moving, her chest rising and falling. Her eyes were wild, but her voice was steady. She said she'd caught up to the truck on the feeder road and followed it until it merged toward the freeway. She said they were weaving through traffic, throwing spray, cutting in and out like they didn't care who they clipped. She said she'd stayed on them longer than she should have, until she realized she was alone, in a nightshirt, chasing a truck full of strangers into faster and darker lanes. Then she backed off. The next part comes in flashes. Like my brain took snapshots and threw away the film. A patrol car arrived, lights reflecting off the wet asphalt. An officer crouched by the broken window, careful with the glass. He asked my brother what had been in the backpack. My brother listed items with that stunned blankness you get when you're trying to inventory your own life. I stood close enough to hear the rain tapping on the officer's hat brim and the scratch of his pen. I remember thinking how ordinary the pen sounded. We gave descriptions, but everything felt useless. Dark hoodies, big truck, Ford. I hated how small our words seemed compared to the speed at which it had all happened. After the police left, we swept glass off the seat and taped plastic over the window. The rain kept falling. Water beaded on the plastic and ran down in fat lines. When the interior light turned on, it made the taped sheet glow like a cheap lantern. My brother's car looked wounded. Inside, I pulled up the report number on my phone and saved it in a note, because I didn't trust my memory anymore. Not after the way my hands had shaken. Months later, when someone asked me what happened, I found myself reading that note like it belonged to someone else. The days after were worse in a quieter way. Every time a vehicle slowed on our street, my body tightened. Every time headlights swept across the living room wall, I stood up. My brother stopped leaving anything in his car, not even a jacket. My mother started keeping her keys in the same spot by the door, like she'd trained herself for another sprint. The rain eventually stopped, but the sound of breaking glass stayed. Time passed in the way it always does, smoothing the sharpest edges while leaving the shape underneath. We replaced the window. Life filled in around the story. It became a thing we told at family gatherings with tight laughs, the way people do when they don't know where to put fear. The neighbors stopped talking about it as if discussing it might invite it back. Then, months later on another late evening, I saw the truck again. It wasn't speeding. That was the part that made my skin crawl. It was moving slow, almost crawling, down our street like it belonged there. The rain had come back that week, light but persistent, and the wet road reflected its headlights in 2 long white lines. The truck sat high, big tires, custom stance, Ford emblem catching a brief glint under the streetlight. I was in the living room with the lamp on, and the window blinds were half open. I didn't mean to be watching the street. I just was. Hypervigilance is a habit you don't choose. It chooses you. The truck rolled past my brother's car, parked in the driveway now, safer but not safe, and slowed even more. For a second, it paused, idling. I couldn't see the driver's face through the rain-speckled glass, only a shape and the faint glow of a dashboard. My throat went dry. I turned off the lamp with a click that sounded too loud. My mother appeared in the hallway like she'd been summoned, eyes already searching my face. My brother came up behind her, silent. The 3 of us stood in the dim, listening to the deep, impatient rumble outside. The truck moved again, rolling forward as if nothing had happened, as if it had simply taken a wrong turn and corrected it. It continued down the block past other houses, past other sleeping families, and disappeared around the bend. No one spoke for a moment. There wasn't a good sentence for what we all felt. Was it the same truck? Were we imagining it? Did that even matter, if it made our hearts hammer the same way? That night, I walked through the house and checked the locks one by one, hands steady but mind racing. I stood at the window long after the street went empty again, watching rain make mirrors of the pavement. Somewhere beyond the trees, the freeway hissed with traffic, endless and indifferent. Our neighborhood looked peaceful in the wet glow, every porch light soft, every yard quiet, and I understood in a way I hadn't before, that peace can be a surface you live on top of, not something that lives inside you. The first thing I noticed was how clean the lobby looked when it's empty. Freshly vacuumed carpet with those bright, stubborn stripes. The smell of butter warming somewhere behind the counter, even though we weren't officially open yet. Afternoon light slanting in through the glass doors, turning the movie posters into glossy mirrors. I was standing by the ticket podium with my keys in my hand, already mentally running through the checklist, when a cold pressure settled behind my ribs like someone had pressed a thumb into soft clay. It didn't make sense. It was just another opening shift. I'd been managing that theater long enough to know the rhythms. The first showtimes didn't pull a crowd until after school let out, and the early afternoon was usually a quiet ramp-up. Drew was with me that day, a teenage employee who always arrived 5 minutes early and tried to hide it by checking the candy inventory like I wouldn't notice. He was good with guests and even better with the little tasks other teens avoided, like wiping down the soda fountain nozzles and relining trash bins so they sat perfectly. We had the lobby to ourselves. No music yet. The projector fans weren't humming. The hallway leading toward the auditoriums was a dark throat. The doors still latched, the carpeted corridor smelling faintly of cleaning solution and stale popcorn. I had just turned to head into the office when the front doors opened. 2 men came in fast, and the air changed with them. I can't explain it better than that. It wasn't supernatural. It wasn't a premonition with lightning and violins. It was more like the building itself realized what was happening and held its breath. One of them stayed near the entrance, angled like he was trying to look casual, while still seeing the parking lot through the glass. The other walked straight toward us with his shoulders slightly hunched, like he didn't want to take up space. He wore a dark hoodie pulled low and a baseball cap under it. His face was half shadowed, but I caught the tightness around his mouth. I saw the gun before my brain fully accepted it. It was in his right hand, down by his thigh, kept close to his leg as if he believed that made it invisible. He didn't shout. That's what I remember most. He spoke in a low, controlled voice, the kind that sounds almost polite until you hear what he's saying. He reached Drew first and hooked an arm around his shoulders, pulling him in with the easy familiarity of someone guiding a friend through a crowded room. The barrel of the gun pressed into Drew's ribs under the fabric of his uniform shirt. Drew's hands came up, not all the way, just a flinch toward his chest, frozen mid-gesture like he'd been caught in a photo. I'm not proud of everything I felt in that second. I felt fear, of course, but I also felt something sharp and focused slide into place, like a belt tightening. My job was to keep this from becoming worse. My job was to keep Drew alive. The man's eyes flicked to my name tag. Manager, he said, as if it was a fact he'd just confirmed. You're coming with me. You're going to open the office. You're going to do exactly what I say. The other man near the door didn't move, but his gaze was constantly shifting. He wasn't watching us so much as watching outside, the way a dog watches a fence line. I remember the lobby clock above the posters. The second hand kept going, clicking along. Indifferent. I nodded once. Slow. I kept my voice even when I answered, and I kept my hands visible, palms open, fingers spread. I didn't try to bargain. I didn't try to talk him out of it. Those are things people say they would do until a gun is in the room and someone you're responsible for is pinned against you by a stranger's arm. I led them toward the office. Drew moved with us because he had to, his feet sliding on the carpet. His face was the color of paper. I could see the pulse in his throat. The office door was down the short hallway behind the concession stand. It was the kind of narrow space where sound doesn't dissipate. It stacks up. The buzzing fluorescent lights, the faint rattle of the ice machine, the low whir of the security monitor screen. My keys shook once when I lifted them, and I forced my hand still. I could feel the robber watching that tiny tremor like it mattered. Inside the office, the air was warmer, more stale. The safe sat against the back wall beneath a framed certificate from corporate that no one ever read. Above it, the security cameras fed into a small monitor, showing our empty auditoriums and the quiet lobby from different angles. I caught a glimpse of our own little cluster moving through the hallway on one grainy camera, and felt disconnected from it as if I was watching someone else's problem. He kept Drew close, turning the boy slightly so the gun stayed hidden from the hallway. But there was nowhere for Drew to go. Drew's eyes kept darting to me, then away, like he didn't want to pull attention onto himself by looking too long. Open it, the robber said. Our safe wasn't the kind you spin with a dial. It had a keypad and a time delay feature, because we were supposed to limit access. The keypad beeped softly when I entered the code. My fingers remembered the pattern even as everything else in my body screamed at me to run. The time delay kicked in. The robber's breath changed. I heard it. A sharper inhale. The kind of sound people make when they realize something isn't as quick as they imagine. How long? He asked. Then 2 minutes, I said, because lying would have been a gamble I couldn't afford. It's a delay. It's automatic. He tightened his hold on Drew, and Drew made a small sound. Not a scream. Not even a sob. More like the air got knocked out of him. In those 2 minutes, my mind did something strange. It went quiet in one corner and loud in another. The loud part cataloged details the way I do during inspections. The pen cup tipped on its side, the stapler half off the desk, the smell of old coffee in the trash. The quiet part sat behind my eyes and held perfectly still. I thought about the people who had keys besides me. I thought about the opening checklist sitting on the clipboard by the computer, the one with today's date. I thought about Drew's mother, who worked at the grocery store down the road and always told him to call if he was running late. And then, without warning, my phone buzzed in my back pocket. I didn't reach for it. I didn't even look down. The robber would have noticed, but I felt that vibration like a live wire. A second buzz followed, then a third. Close enough together that it wasn't a marketing text or a group chat joke. It was people trying to reach me. The robber noticed the sound anyway. His gaze snapped to my pocket. It's in my pocket, I said quickly, keeping my voice flat. I'm not touching it. My phone buzzed again. The office felt smaller, as if the walls were inching inward. The safe beeped to tell us the delay was nearly finished. That sound was ordinary. It belonged to my work life. It was the kind of beep I'd heard 1,000 times. In that moment, it felt like a signal flare. The safe unlocked with a soft mechanical click. I opened it. Inside were the deposit bags and the smaller till drawers we hadn't moved yet. I took the cash the way I always did during drops, hand steady, stacking it neatly, even though no one was auditing me. I was painfully aware that any sudden movement could turn that gun from a threat into an action. The robber had me place the money into a plastic bag he'd brought, the cheap kind you'd get at a convenience store. I did it without arguing. I didn't look at Drew's face because I didn't want him to see panic reflected back at him. The whole time my phone kept buzzing in my pocket like an anxious heart. Later, when everything was over and I could actually look, I'd see the names lined up on the screen. My sister, my coworker Kara, who wasn't even on shift yet. My mom, a number I didn't recognize that turned out to be one of our ushers calling from home. Missed calls. Texts that all said some version of the same thing. "Are you okay? I have a bad feeling. Call me right now. Something's wrong. I can't explain it." One text from Kara stands out because she's not a dramatic person. She's the type who forgets her own birthday and laughs when she trips. Her message was short enough to be almost clinical. I just got hit with dread, like a weight. "Are you safe?" My sister's text was stranger, because she'd been at work across town and didn't even know I was opening. She wrote, "Don't go in there. I know you're already there, but please be careful." I didn't answer any of it at the time because I couldn't. I didn't even know they were reaching. I only knew that the air felt charged and my body felt locked into a narrow track of survival. We left the office. The robber kept Drew in front of him as we moved back toward the lobby. The other man by the door shifted, glancing out again, his posture tightening. He wasn't a driver, not yet, but he looked like someone waiting for a cue. In the lobby, the sunlight through the glass doors was too bright. It made the whole scene look unreal, like stage lighting. Drew's shadow, and my shadow, and the robber's shadow stretched long on the carpet. I remember thinking, absurdly, that the vacuum lines were still perfect, like the building didn't want to admit anything had happened. The robber told us to lie down near the concession stand, not in a screaming way, not with threats he spat, just a low directive with the gun held steady. His hands surprisingly calm. Drew lowered first, stiffly, like his joints had turned to wood. I followed, keeping my movements slow. My cheek touched the carpet. It smelled like citrus cleaner and something old. The men backed toward the doors. The one who'd been watching outside stepped out first, head turning left and right. The armed man followed, still keeping the gun angled at us until the last possible second. The doors closed behind them, and the lobby was quiet again, except for the hum of refrigeration units and my own breath. I waited one beat, then another, because sometimes people come back. Sometimes they want to make sure you stay down. When I lifted my head, Drew was shaking, his fingers digging into the carpet, as if he could anchor himself to it. I didn't speak. I didn't need to. I crawled to the nearest phone behind the counter and hit the emergency button we were trained to use. My hands were steady until the moment I heard the dispatcher's voice, and then they weren't. The police arrived fast enough that I could still feel the warmth of the robber's presence in the building, like a handprint on glass. Officers moved through the lobby with purposeful steps, radios crackling. They took statements. They checked cameras. They asked me if I could describe the men, the weapon, the direction they went. I gave them everything I could. Hoodie, cap, the way the gun had been held close, almost careful, the lookout near the door, the cheap plastic bag. Someone brought Drew a bottle of water. His hands shook so badly he couldn't open it, and an officer gently twisted the cap for him. Drew's eyes stayed wide and unfocused, like his mind was still pinned under that arm. When things slowed, when the immediate rush of response gave way to paperwork and process, I finally pulled out my phone. It was lit up like a warning sign. Missed calls stacked on missed calls. Texts from my mom, my sister, Kara, a cousin I rarely talked to, and even my old assistant manager who had transferred to a different theater months earlier. The timestamps were close to each other. clustered right around the minutes we'd been in the office with the safe delay ticking down. I stared at the screen, and the earlier cold pressure in my chest returned. Not as fear this time, but as something I didn't have a name for. I called my sister first. When she answered, she sounded breathless, like she'd been holding her lungs tight. She told me she'd been stocking shelves at her store when her stomach dropped for no reason. She said she'd looked up from her work and felt sure something was wrong with me. The way you know you've forgotten something important without knowing what it is. She'd texted before she even thought about it, because the feeling wouldn't let her do anything else. My mom said she'd been folding laundry and suddenly couldn't swallow. Kara said she'd been in her car, halfway to the theater, and had to pull over because she felt like she was going to cry without a cause. My old assistant manager said she'd been sitting in a break room at another location, and the words movie theater office popped into her mind like a notification. None of them had heard about the robbery yet. They couldn't have. It hadn't been on the news. It hadn't been posted anywhere. It had been contained inside our bright, quiet lobby and our small, warm office with the buzzing lights. One officer, seeing me staring at my phone, asked if I needed medical attention. I told him no. I almost told him yes, because my skin felt too tight, like I didn't fit in my own body. Instead, I showed him the screen, the cluster of messages, and watched his expression shift from professional concern to something else. Something wary. He didn't comment on the meaning. He didn't try to explain it. He just nodded slowly and told me I should keep those messages and the timestamps, in case it helped establish a timeline. That night, when I finally sat at my kitchen table with the incident report paperwork, I wrote down the details the way corporate required. Time of day, sequence of events, cash amount, description, staff involved, police case number. I attached the camera stills. I included screenshots of the call log and texts, because the officer had asked. There was a field for additional notes, and after a long pause I typed one line I didn't know how to phrase without sounding irrational. Multiple contacts reported simultaneous feelings of imminent danger during incident. In the corner of the report, our internal reference code printed automatically when I saved it. Tossard. The men were caught within days. A getaway driver was identified from traffic cameras, and the car led police to an apartment where the hoodie and the cap were found, along with the gun. I was told later they confessed quickly once they realized the surveillance footage and the license plate data stitched their plan together. There was a hearing. There were charges. There was a conviction. It ended the way these things sometimes end, when luck and procedure and good police work happened to line up. Drew finished the school year. He didn't come back to the theater. I don't blame him. He sent me a short message months later saying he was doing okay, that he still had nightmares sometimes, but he was working at a bookstore now where the worst threat was an angry customer in a stubborn cash drawer. I stayed. I kept managing. I kept opening the doors in the afternoon and smelling the butter, and watching the light spill across the lobby posters. I kept training new staff on what to do if someone ever came in with a weapon, because it's my job to prepare them for a thing I hope they never see. But there are moments, even now, when I'm standing alone in the quiet before opening, and that same cold pressure settles behind my ribs. Sometimes it passes, and nothing happens. Sometimes it lingers, and I find myself checking the doors twice, scanning the parking lot longer than I need to. I don't tell people about the messages anymore, because they either laugh like it's a ghost story, or they lean in like they want it to be magic. It wasn't magic. It was dread in a dozen separate bodies at the same time, like a smoke alarm going off in houses that weren't on fire. All I know is that on one bright afternoon, in a clean lobby with perfect vacuum lines, I stayed calm with a gun pointed at me, and a kid held tight against a stranger's chest. And while I was keeping my hand steady on a safe keypad, people who loved me stopped what they were doing and reached for their phones as if something inside them had been yanked. Sometimes when I think about that, I can still smell the citrus cleaner in the carpet and hear the safe's ordinary beep. I can still feel my phone vibrating like a second heartbeat. I wasn't allowed to touch, and I can still see Drew's shadow stretching across the lobby floor, long and thin and alive, when everything could have gone another way. The first time I understood how fast a neighborhood can turn on you, I was standing barefoot on our driveway with a plastic jump rope looped around my wrist. The concrete was still warm from the late afternoon sun, and the air had that dry Colorado smell, hot pavement and cut grass, and a hint of someone's sprinkler misting the edge of the street. I remember looking down at my toes, dusty and pink, and thinking I'd finally figured out where I belonged. Across the cul-de-sac, the other kids were gathered like they always were, bikes tossed in crooked piles, chalk scribbles fading on the asphalt. I'd been trying for weeks to get into their orbit, to be the kind of kid who didn't hover at the edge waiting for permission. That day, permission came in the form of a dare, the kind that sounded like a joke until you realized it wasn't. There was a girl named Maribel, who lived 2 houses down from us. She was younger than most of us, smaller, with hair that always looked like it had been brushed in a hurry. The older kids didn't like her, not because she'd done anything, but because she didn't know how to move in the pack. She asked questions at the wrong time. She didn't laugh fast enough. She wore mismatched socks and didn't notice. The dare was simple: get her to cry. I wish I could tell you I walked away. I didn't. I wish I could tell you I had some strong sense of right and wrong that outweighed my need to be included. I didn't have that either. I had a knot in my stomach, and the warm attention of kids who had finally looked my way like I mattered. We waited until Maribel came outside. She always came outside around that time, late afternoon, when the shadows started stretching longer and the sun slid down behind the rooftops. She stepped onto her driveway with a little brown paper bag, probably headed to the mailbox, and I moved without thinking, the jump rope still looped around my wrist like a leash. I started with something small, a comment about her socks, a question about why she always walked like she was sneaking. The other kids laughed, and my face got hot in that pleased, sick way. Maribel stopped and looked at us, blinking like she was trying to figure out what game we were playing. She took another step, then another, edging toward the sidewalk. I followed, making sure my voice carried. It wasn't even clever. It was just noise aimed at her, the kind kids make when they're trying to prove they can be sharp. Then the engine started. It came from behind me, a sudden roar that seemed too loud for the quiet street. A car door slammed. Tires rolled over gravel. I turned my head just in time to see Mr. Harlan's sedan, backing out of his garage across the street, fast and crooked like someone had yanked the steering wheel as an afterthought. Mr. Harlan lived in the corner house with the blue shutters. He was our neighbor in the technical sense, but we didn't really know him. Adults would say his name, like it came with a warning, the way they'd say, "That's the Harlan place," while their eyes moved somewhere else. He kept his curtains closed in the daytime and his porch light on at odd hours. Sometimes his music thumped through the walls when it was still dark out, bass heavy and angry. The sedan shot backward, and for a split second I didn't understand the angle. Then I saw Maribel, right behind it, stepping off her driveway at the exact moment the car cut across. Her face changed in a way I still see when I close my eyes. Surprise first, then a blank kind of fear, like her brain couldn't decide what to do. The car's rear bumper missed her by inches. It was close enough that her shirt fluttered like the air itself had slapped her. Her paper bag dropped, and letters spilled out across the concrete. White envelopes skittering like frightened birds. Mr. Harlan braked so hard the back end dipped. The car shuddered to a stop halfway across his driveway. For a moment, nothing moved. Then his driver's side window slid down, and his head leaned out. His face was red, jaw clenched, eyes unfocused like he'd come up from underwater. He yelled something, not an apology, not even a coherent sentence. It was loud and raw and aimed at all of us, even though Maribel was the one he'd almost hit. His voice had that cracked edge of someone who'd been shouting in private for a long time. My jump rope slipped off my wrist and fell to the driveway. The other kids went quiet. Maribel stood frozen, her hands hovering as if she couldn't decide whether to pick up the mail or protect her body. Mr. Harlan's car lurched forward, pulling out into the street as if nothing had happened. He didn't look back. The sedan rolled past us, the driver's window still open, his arm resting on the door like he was on a casual errand, not leaving behind a pile of scattered letters and a girl shaking like a leaf. When the car disappeared around the corner, the neighborhood sound came back in a delayed rush. A distant lawnmower, a dog barking behind a fence, the soft click of a sprinkler head turning. No one laughed anymore. Maribel crouched and started gathering the envelopes. Her hands trembled so hard she kept missing them. I stepped forward to help, but the older kids made a noise behind me, a sharp little scoff, and I stopped. That's the part that makes me feel the worst, even now. Not the dare, not the words. The moment I could have done something decent, and I didn't, because I could feel the group watching me. Maribel scooped up the last envelope and hurried inside without looking up. Her front door shut with a hollow, final sound. After that, the dare fell apart. The older kids drifted away, suddenly interested in something else. I stood on my driveway, staring at the faint tire marks in the gravel across the street, like they could explain what had just happened. The warm attention I'd wanted so badly tasted like pennies in my mouth. Later, as the sun dropped lower and the street turned amber, we found ourselves back outside anyway. Kids have a way of returning to the same places, even after something goes wrong. Parents were making dinner. Porch lights clicked on one by one. The air cooled just enough that goosebumps rose on my arms. We were gathered near the curb, tossing a tennis ball when the Harlan front door opened. Mr. Harlan stepped out onto his porch like he'd been pushed. He didn't have shoes on. His hair was flattened on one side as if he'd been lying down, and in his hands he was holding a gun. It looked impossibly real, heavy and dark, not like the plastic toy ones some kids had. My brain tried to turn it into something else, because it didn't fit in the scene of a suburban street with bike helmets and chalk dust. But it was a gun, held in both hands, pointed downward, and then up as he moved. The other kids went quiet again, like the whole street had been trained to stop making noise when he appeared. Mr. Harlan shouted at us. His words came in broken pieces, mostly commands. Go home. Get off the street. Stop yelling. Stop looking at his house. He accused us of things that didn't make sense. He sounded like a person arguing with someone who wasn't there. One of the older boys tried to act tough. He took a step forward, just one, and I saw something flicker across Mr. Harlan's face, an unstable brightness, like a match flaring. Mr. Harlan raised the gun higher. I didn't think about it. I didn't have time. I grabbed my jump rope off the driveway and ran inside. My heart slammed so hard my vision went grainy around the edges. I heard other feet pounding, doors opening, someone's mom yelling a name. Behind it all, Mr. Harlan's voice kept cutting through the air, sharp and jagged. Inside our house, the cool dimness felt wrong, like hiding. My mom was at the kitchen counter, chopping vegetables, and I must have looked like a ghost because she dropped the knife immediately. She pulled me toward the window but kept us low, crouched like we were playing a game. I watched through the blinds as Mr. Harlan paced on his porch, gun still in hand, shouting at the now empty street. The neighborhood kids had vanished into their homes so fast it looked like magic. My mom's face had gone very still. She reached for her phone with careful hands. She didn't ask me questions. She didn't yell. She spoke in a low voice that felt too calm for what was happening. She kept saying our address, repeating it like a rope she didn't want to let go of. Time did strange things after that. The late afternoon slid toward evening, and the light outside shifted from gold to a dull blue. Mr. Harlan went back inside at some point. The porch was empty. The street stayed empty too, like everyone was holding their breath. I remember thinking it was over. I remember the guilty relief of that thought, and then the sick realization that my relief didn't include Maribel, didn't include the near miss in her driveway, or the way her hands shook when she picked up the mail. As it got darker, the sounds changed. A door slammed across the street. Not the calm close of someone coming home, but a hard, violent slam. Then voices, muffled through walls and glass, but clearly angry. A woman's voice. Then Mr. Harlan's, louder, overlapping, rising and falling like waves. My mom pulled me farther from the window. She told me to sit on the hallway floor where I couldn't see. I sat with my knees hugged to my chest, listening. Something crashed inside the Harlan house. Another slam. A sharp, sudden silence. the kind that makes your ears ring because you realize you've been bracing for noise. Then Mr. Harlan's voice again, closer now, right outside as if a window had been thrown open. I caught fragments, words like you, and listen, and I swear, there was panic in it, not just anger. Another voice, quieter, pleading. The gun came back into the story without me seeing it. I knew it was there anyway. The air in our hallway felt thin. My mom spoke on the phone again, voice tight now, the calm breaking at the edges. She said there were children in that house. She said she'd seen a gun. She said she could hear them. I pressed my forehead against my knees and tried not to imagine Maribel inside, though I didn't even know if she was related to them. My mind grabbed at the first familiar name and made it the center of everything, because that was what guilt does. It finds a shape you recognize and pins all the fear to it. Red and blue lights flooded the street like an unnatural sunrise. Police cars rolled in, quiet at first, then louder as more arrived. The reflected colors flickered across our hallway walls, turning my mom's face into a shifting mask when she leaned down to tell me to stay put. From where I sat, I could see the bottom edge of the living room window. I watched boots move past. Shadows crossed the glass. Voices outside were low and controlled, the kind of voices adults use when they're trying not to make things worse. There was a command shouted, then another, more urgent. Mr. Harlan's voice answered, ragged and defiant. The words weren't clear, but the emotion was he sounded like a man cornered in his own life. For a moment, everything seemed to hold. Even the neighborhood felt like it had paused. Every house a dark shell with people inside it listening. Then a door opened across the street. Slow and cautious. A woman stepped onto the Harlan porch with her hands raised. She moved like someone walking through broken glass. Behind her, a smaller shape hovered in the doorway. Maybe a kid, maybe just a shadow. I couldn't see clearly, and I was glad for that. Police voices guided her down the steps. Someone wrapped a blanket around her shoulders. She sat on the curb shaking, her head bent as if she couldn't bear to look at her own house. Mr. Harlan didn't come out right away. The standoff that followed felt like it lasted forever, though it might have been minutes. I remember how my throat hurt from swallowing. I remember my mom's hand gripping my shoulder, her fingers digging in without realizing. A sudden movement on the Harlan porch snapped everyone's attention. Mr. Harlan appeared in the doorway, his silhouette rigid against the indoor light. The gun was still with him. He held it close to his body now, not waving it, but that didn't make it safer. A police officer spoke again, steady and firm. I couldn't hear the words, but I could see the officer's posture, knees bent slightly, arms positioned in a practiced way. Other officers were spread out behind their car doors. The street transformed into a place of angles and cover. Mr. Harlan yelled something back, a short burst, then fell silent. His shoulders rose and fell in a hard breath. His head turned as if he was listening to someone inside the house, or to thoughts he couldn't shut off. I expected something awful to happen, because that's what my body had prepared for. My muscles were locked. My teeth were clenched. I had the sense that the world had narrowed to a single fragile thread. Instead, his arm lowered. The gun dipped toward the porch floor. Not thrown, not dropped, but eased down like it weighed more than he could carry anymore. His hands went up, slow. Fingers spread. Police moved fast after that. They crossed the street in a tight formation, hands out, voices still controlled. Mr. Harlan was turned around, his arms pulled behind him. Handcuffs clicked. He resisted for half a second, then sagged, his face pressed briefly against the porch railing, as if he was too tired to stand. When they led him down the steps, the porch light flickered, attracting moths that spun around it without understanding the danger below. I watched him pass the edge of the window. He looked smaller than I expected, not like the monster my fear had made, but like a man who had misplaced himself somewhere and couldn't find the way back. That thought didn't make him less dangerous. It just made the whole thing harder to put into a simple box. After the police cars pulled away with him inside, the street stayed lit for a while, officer flashlights sweeping yards and sidewalks. Neighbors stepped out onto porches in clusters, talking in low voices. Someone cried quietly. Someone else kept repeating that they'd always known something was wrong over there. The words sounded like excuses. I didn't go outside. I stayed in the hallway listening to the leftover hum of adrenaline in my ears. My jump rope lay on the floor beside me, abandoned. Its bright plastic handles ridiculous now. At some point, my mom brought me a glass of water. I took it with both hands because my fingers were still shaking. She didn't lecture me. She didn't tell me what to think. She just sat on the floor with me, shoulder to shoulder, as if her presence could anchor me to something solid. I didn't sleep much that night. Every time a car passed on the main road, my body flinched. Every time the house settled with a creak, I pictured Mr. Harlan's porch, the gun catching the last of the evening light. The next day, the cul-de-sac looked normal again in the cruel way neighborhoods do. Sprinklers hissed, dogs barked. The sun came up bright and indifferent. Kids gathered near the curb like nothing had happened. But we didn't play the same. We didn't stand as close. We kept glancing toward the blue shuttered house, toward the closed curtains. Maribel came outside to get the mail. She stood on her driveway for a moment, looking down the street as if measuring it. I walked toward her before I could talk myself out of it. My heart was loud in my chest, but my voice came out small. I didn't make a speech. I didn't try to explain myself. I just told her I was sorry, and I meant it so hard it felt like it might crack my ribs. She nodded once, quick and tight, and went back inside. Acceptance, I learned, isn't something you can take from other kids by making someone smaller. And fear doesn't always come from dark alleys or strangers. Sometimes it comes from the house across the street, from the familiar sound of a neighbor's car engine, from a porch light flickering on, as evening settles over a quiet Colorado block. Even now, when late afternoon turns the pavement warm and the air smells like cut grass, I still see that moment in the driveway. The near miss, the scattered envelopes, the way a normal day can tilt into something you can't unsee. And I still remember the porch light after the police left, buzzing softly with moths circling it, the street empty again, as if the neighborhood was trying to pretend it had always been safe. I went in alone the way I usually do, late enough in the season that the weekend crowds had thinned and the bugs were mostly gone. My plan was simple: one night out, a quiet loop in the morning, and back to the truck before noon. I'd spent years in the backcountry, long enough to know the difference between normal sounds and the ones that make you sit up and listen. I picked a spot a few miles off the forest road, in a pocket of tall fir twos, where the ground was flat and the understory was clean. The air had that dry resin smell that comes after a warm day, and everything felt still, like the woods were holding their breath. An Indian order ready the horror laying beginning on, and used I made camp in the last of the light, tent on the flattest patch, stove on a bare bit of soil, bear bag line over a sturdy branch. I wasn't doing anything exotic, just the small practiced motions that keep you from losing gear in the dark. I remember noticing how far I could see between the trunks. The trees weren't crowded there. You could look 50, 60 yards into the timber before the shadows knitted together. That kind of visibility usually makes me feel safer. The first hint that I wasn't alone came while I was boiling water for a freeze-dried meal. I'd been watching the tiny blue flame and thinking about nothing in particular when I caught movement beyond the edge of my clearing. It wasn't a deer. It was too upright and too deliberate, like a shoulder passing behind a trunk. I turned my head slowly, the way you do when you don't want to startle wildlife, and I kept my hands busy so I wouldn't look like prey. There were men in the trees. Not one. A group. I couldn't make out faces in the gloom, but I could see their shapes in the gaps. 4, maybe 5 figures standing just inside the line where the light from my stove died. They weren't walking through. They weren't gathering wood. They were watching my campsite the way you watch a fire you don't trust to go out. My first thought was the obvious one. Hunters. It was that time of year, and I'd chosen a remote drainage that could overlap with someone's route. But hunters don't usually bunch up and stare. They call out, wave, make themselves known. These men stayed silent. When I shifted my stance, the silhouettes adjusted with me, like they were keeping my center in their sight line. I forced myself not to do anything dramatic. I kept stirring my meal, took a sip of water, and acted like I hadn't noticed. The whole time my ears were searching for details. Boots on rock, the snap of a twig, a muttered word. I got nothing. The only sounds were the soft hiss of the stove and a faint breeze moving high in the branches. It made the quiet feel manufactured, like a room where everyone has stopped talking because you walked in. I ate fast and cleaned up fast. I didn't leave anything out. I made sure the bear bag was high and tight. Then I killed my headlamp and sat in the dark for a minute, letting my eyes adjust. That's when I saw them again. Not as shapes, but as a deeper darkness against darkness. They'd moved closer while I'd been busy. They were still outside the clearing, still behind trees, but the distance had shortened. The hair on my arms lifted. I told myself to be rational. Remote forest, late evening. Maybe they were checking if I was the guy they'd heard about. Maybe they were lost and shy about approaching. There are plenty of awkward people in the world. There are also predators who learn to look awkward. I got into my tent early, not because I was tired, but because I wanted a barrier between us. Nylon isn't protection, but it changes the math. It's one more step for someone to take. One more sound they have to make. I laid my knife where I could reach it without searching, and I kept my boots on, laces loose. I listened. For a while, the woods returned to normal. A small animal scrabbled in the leaves. Something far off hooted once and then went quiet. My breathing slowed against my will, and I hated that. I've always thought of myself as steady out there, the kind of person who doesn't let imagination run ahead of evidence. But the sense of being observed didn't fade. It sat on my chest like a weight. Sometime after full dark, I heard a sound that didn't belong. A soft, careful step on duff, close enough that it was inside the ring of my clearing. Then another to the side. The steps weren't heavy. They weren't stumbling. They were paced, measured, as if whoever made them was trying to place each foot where it wouldn't crack a twig. They moved around my tent. I held still and listened harder, my eyes fixed on the tent wall as if I could see through it by staring. The footsteps made a slow circle. They paused near the vestibule where I'd left my pack. They shifted near my head where the fabric was thinnest. I heard the faintest brush, maybe a sleeve, maybe a hand, maybe nothing but my nerves. Then they continued, completing a loop and starting another from a slightly wider radius. I wanted to shout. I wanted to blast my headlamp and make whoever it was blink and back away, but I didn't know how many there were, and I didn't know what they wanted. Noise can make a problem go away, or it can trigger the thing you were hoping not to trigger. I chose silence, because I was afraid of what silence meant to them. The footsteps eventually drifted outward and stopped, not with the retreating pattern of someone leaving, but with the stillness of someone settling into a position. I lay there for a long time, waiting for the next sound. My mind kept trying to explain it away. Maybe it was someone's dog. Maybe it was a curious person. Maybe it was wind pushing something across the ground. But wind doesn't stop and start with intent. Wind doesn't circle you. I must have dozed because the next thing I remember is waking to a low gray light leaking through the fabric. Morning, but not bright. Overcast. The air felt colder and I could hear a faint drip from the canopy, like the trees were sweating. I stayed still for a full minute, letting my senses catch up. No footsteps, no voices, just the forest doing forest things. I unzipped the door carefully and looked out. My campsite was wrong. It wasn't trashed. It wasn't dramatic. It was the subtle wrongness that makes your stomach drop. My cooking pot, which I'd left nested on a flat rock, sat 3 feet away on bare soil, as if someone had set it down after inspecting it. My water bottle was upright beside a stump, even though I always lay it on its side so it can't tip in the dark. My headlamp wasn't where I'd placed it. It was hooked over the guy line outside the tent. Like a little lantern, I stepped out slowly, scanning the tray line. Nothing moved. No birds flitted. Even the usual morning chatter was muted. I walked to my pack and touched it, checking straps, zippers, pockets. Everything seemed intact. No missing food, no stolen gear, just rearranged, handled. Then I saw the tree. It was a far about 10 yards from my tent, right at the edge of the clearing where the light changed. I hadn't noticed anything unusual the night before. Now at about chest height, the bark was fresh scraped, pale wood showing through in clean lines. Someone had carved a symbol into it, not letters, not a name. A simple shape made with steady pressure, like they had time and didn't care about being caught. It looked like a circle with a line through it, and 2 short marks at the top, almost like a crude set of horns if you wanted to see it that way, or the head of a tool if you didn't. The cuts were shallow but deliberate. Sap glistened in the grooves. It was new enough that the wood still looked wet. I stood there and tried to think like I always do. What does this mean in the practical world? Trail markers exist, but they're not usually carved that close to a stranger's tent. People carve initials, hearts, dates. This wasn't sentimental. It was a sign placed where I'd have to see it. A message. I moved through my camp in a tight circle, collecting things without standing still. I stuffed the sleeping bag down, rolled the pad, jammed everything into the pack in whatever order it fit. I didn't bother with neatness. Neatness is for when you're comfortable. Every few seconds I looked up at the trees, expecting to catch a face between trunks, a shoulder, the dark line of a body trying not to be a body. The sky stayed flat and gray. A fine mist clung to the branches and dampened my hands. My fingers felt clumsy on buckles and zippers. I kept imagining someone watching me rush, enjoying the fact that I'd lost the calm competence that usually keeps me steady. That idea made my cheeks burn with anger, and the anger was useful. It pushed me to move. I debated the options the way you do in the wilderness when something turns. Stay put and wait for daylight to fully come, in case I was overreacting, or leave immediately while the trails were still quiet, and the forest cover favored someone who knew it better than me. The symbol on the tree settled it. Somebody had been close enough to touch my things and carve fresh wood. They had done it while I was inside the tent. That wasn't a misunderstanding. That was a choice. I shouldered my pack and started out. I didn't take the scenic route I'd planned. I took the fastest line back to the forest road, even if it meant pushing through brush and losing the comfort of a defined trail. I kept my head up, eyes moving, ears straining for any sound that wasn't mine. Every time a branch snagged my pack, I flinched. Every time a pine needle fell and tapped another needle, my pulse jumped. For the first half mile, the woods stayed dead quiet, and that was worse than hearing something. Silence can mean nothing is there. Silence can also mean everything is waiting. I caught movement once to my left, just a flicker behind a trunk. I stopped and held still. The forest held still with me. No footsteps, no crack of brush, just a slow drip from the canopy. When I moved again, my steps felt too loud. My own breathing sounded like it belonged to someone else. I didn't run. Running makes you sloppy. Running makes you fall. I walked fast and steady, putting distance between my back and that carved tree. I kept choosing ground that didn't force me into a narrow choke point. When the terrain funneled, I skirted wider, even if it cost time. When I crossed a patch of soft earth, I stepped carefully at the edges, not wanting to leave a perfect set of prints. The closer I got to the road, the more the forest started to sound normal again. A bird called. Something small rustled in leaf litter. The wind found its way lower and moved through ferns. Those sounds should have comforted me. Instead, they felt like the woods putting on its everyday face, the one it shows hikers and hunters and families, while something else stood just out of sight with its own quiet. I reached the forest road late morning, my clothes damp with mist and sweat. The gravel looked bright and unreal, like a different world. My truck sat where I'd left it, a lone shape among trees, and for a moment I didn't move. I stood with my pack on and stared at the woods across the road, expecting the men to step out, to show themselves in daylight, to prove this hadn't been my mind chewing on shadows. Nothing happened. I threw my pack into the bed and got in. My hand shook when I turned the key. The engine caught loud and solid, and I felt a rush of relief so sharp it almost made me nauseous. I backed out without bothering to straighten my tracks, and I drove fast enough that loose stones pinged the undercarriage. I didn't stop until I hit pavement. Later at home, I unpacked and found my headlamp in the wrong pocket, as if someone had moved it, and then I'd moved it again without noticing. I checked my gear for damage, for missing items, for anything that would turn the night into a simple theft. Everything was there. That made it harder to file away. No clear motive, no clear ending, just a line drawn in fresh wood, and the memory of quiet feet circling my tent, while I lay perfectly still, pretending that not moving meant not being seen. I still go out, but I don't camp in clearings anymore, and I don't pick spots with long sight lines. Now I choose places where the trees are close enough that a watcher would have to stand within arm's reach to keep their eyes on me. And that's a different kind of risk, one I can at least understand. Some nights when the wind drops and the world goes too quiet, I think about that symbol bleeding sap in the gray morning, and I see it again as if it's carved into the inside of my own eyelids, bright against darkness. The first thing I saw was the small white blur in my headlights, right where the pavement dropped into a dark sweep, and the speed limit sign said 65 like it was a dare. I'd been driving the county road home with the radio low, and the heater fighting a losing war against February air, thinking about nothing more serious than whether the gas station would still be open. Then the blur moved. Not a deer, not a dog, something upright and unsteady. Right in the middle of my lane, I hit the brakes hard enough that the seatbelt bit my collarbone. Tires hissed on cold asphalt. The truck behind me, farther back, thank God, flashed its high beams and drifted toward the shoulder like the driver was trying to decide whether I was an idiot or an emergency. My headlights settled, and the blur resolved into a toddler, a kid, barely tall enough to reach my knee, wearing a puffy jacket that looked too big, and little shoes that weren't meant for this road. No hat, no gloves, just standing there like the night belonged to them, eyes shining back at me in the glare, mouth slightly open as if they'd been walking and forgot why. I threw the gear into park and turned on my hazards. For a second I just sat there with my hands on the wheel, heart hammering, trying to get my brain to accept what my eyes were telling it. A toddler doesn't end up on a rural highway at almost midnight by accident. I got out, and the cold slapped me awake. Wind scraped over the fields and carried that dry metallic smell that comes before snow. I kept my body between the kid and the road, one arm angled out toward the lane like I could physically hold back the dark. "Hey," I said, keeping my voice low without thinking about it, the way you do around a skittish animal. "Hey, buddy, it's okay." The kid didn't cry. That was what scared me most. They just stared, chin tipped up, as if they were waiting for me to tell them what the next step was. Headlights swept across us as the truck behind me eased past. Slow, the driver craning to look. They didn't stop. Their taillights disappeared around the bend, and the road went empty again, a black ribbon through flat land. I crouched, careful not to crowd the child, and I could see the crusted shine under their nose. Their cheeks were red with cold, and there was a faint smear of something dirt, maybe chocolate at the corner of their mouth. I didn't see blood. I didn't see injuries. I saw a kid who shouldn't have been out here, and that was enough. "What's your name?" I asked. They blinked slowly. No answer. I tried again with simpler words, because my mind kept insisting there had to be an adult nearby. Like if I phrased it right, the universe would correct itself. "Where's your mom, your dad?" The kid lifted one mittenless hand and pointed, not at the fields, not at the road behind me, but off to my right where a narrow side lane cut away into darkness. It wasn't much of a lane, more like a driveway that had given up on being private. There was no street light, no reflective sign, just a pair of ruts and a line of scrubby trees swallowing it. A car went by in the opposite direction. A fast pair of lights and then nothing. The toddler flinched at the wind of it and took a half step that would have put them right back toward the lane if I hadn't shifted closer. "Okay," I said, more to myself than them. "Okay, we're not staying here." I didn't want to pick them up, not because I didn't care, but because I'd read enough stories to know how things can be twisted later. Still, the cold was getting under their jacket, and the road was ablaze. I pulled my phone out and realized I had one bar, the kind that drops if you breathe wrong. I dialed 911 anyway. Thumb stiff, it rang once, twice, and then the call caught. A dispatcher's voice came through thin but clear enough. I told her what I'd found, where I was, what direction the kid had pointed. My words tumbled over each other, sharp with adrenaline. She asked questions, steady and practiced, and I answered while watching the child's face for any hint they might bolt. When I said toddler, she paused like she was rewriting her mental picture. Then she told me to stay where I was if it was safe, keep the child out of the roadway, and help would be on the way. I looked down the lane the kid had pointed toward. Darkness layered on darkness. No porch light, no headlights, no barking dog, just a thin line of gravel vanishing into trees. Safe is relative, I said, and the dispatcher didn't argue. She asked if I could see a residence. I squinted until my eyes watered. Past the trees far back, there was a dull shape that might have been a house, barely outlined against the sky. No light from it. My truck sat angled across part of the lane with hazards blinking. A cheap little lighthouse. I could stand here and wait for deputies to find the spot, but every minute felt like another roll of the dice with the cold, with another car coming too fast, with the kid wandering again. The toddler's eyes had started to droop, lashes heavy. They swayed slightly, the way little kids do when sleep hits them like a switch. I made a decision. It wasn't heroic, it was practical. I'm going to move us off the road, I told the dispatcher. The kid pointed down a lane. I'm going to the edge of it, see if there's a house close, I'll stay on the line. She told me to do what I thought was safest and keep her updated. I guided the toddler by standing close and motioning, not touching unless I had to. They followed like they'd been following strangers all night. Gravel crunched under our shoes as we stepped onto the side lane. The wind eased a little with the trees around us, but it also got quieter. The kind of quiet that makes every small sound feel loud. My hazards blinked through branches behind us, a pulse of orange light. The house shape ahead became clearer after a few yards. A single-story place set back from the lane. Low roofline, porch sagging slightly, still no light. The front door, though, was not closed. It was open just enough to be wrong, a dark wedge in the frame, letting out a sliver of warmer air that smelled faintly of old food and something sour under it. The kind of smell that tells you nobody's cleaned in a while, or that something got spilled and never dealt with. The toddler pointed again, this time directly at that door, and made a small sound in the back of their throat. Not a word. A noise like a question. I stopped at the edge of the yard. My boots sank slightly into thawing ground. There were toys scattered near the porch, plastic pale shapes half buried in dead grass. A small ride-on car tipped over like it had been abandoned mid-game. That detail did more to steady me than the open door did. This was the right place. This was where the kid belonged. Even if it wasn't safe. I spoke into the phone, keeping my eyes on the doorway. I'm at a residence. Front door's open. No lights. Smells off. The child is indicating this is home. The dispatcher's tone tightened. She asked me not to enter. She asked if I could see anyone inside. I took a step to the side, just enough to look through the gap without getting closer than I had to. The entryway was dim, lit only by a distant glow from a television deeper in the house. Not a bright picture, more like a flicker that painted the walls in slow, sickly colors. A low sound drifted out, the murmur of a show with laughter that didn't match the emptiness. I couldn't see much. A hallway, clutter along the walls, coats or blankets piled like someone had dropped them and never picked them up. A table with papers, a pair of shoes kicked off near the threshold, and then farther in on a couch that faced the television, a person, an adult slumped sideways, head bent at a bad angle, one arm hanging down as if it had slipped off the cushion. I couldn't see their face clearly, but I could see the stillness. I could see a bottle on the floor that caught the TV light when the screen changed. I didn't go in. Every instinct screamed at me to rush forward, to shake the person, to scoop the toddler up and run, but the dispatcher's voice held me like a rope. "Are they breathing?" she asked. "I can't tell," I said. "I'm not going in. The kid's here with me." The toddler stood at my side, looking toward the open door like it was a normal thing to come home to this. That was another kind of fear, quiet and heavy. I moved a half step closer to block the doorway with my body, without touching the child. "Can you tell me your name?" I asked again, softer. They stared at me for a moment, and then, with the effort of someone wading through sleep, whispered something that might have been a name. It was too faint to catch, swallowed by the night and the TV murmur. I told the dispatcher what I could, even though it felt useless. She said deputies were close. She said keep the child with me, stay outside, and if the adult inside moved or there was any immediate danger to back away. Minutes stretched. In that yard, with the open door breathing out stale warmth, time felt like it was thickening. The toddler leaned against my leg. The first contact they'd made, small and trusting in a way that made my stomach twist. I took off my own gloves and slid them over their hands. They were huge on the kid, fingers swallowed, but it was something. I unzipped my jacket halfway and angled it around them like a wall against the wind. My truck's hazards blinked through the trees like a heartbeat that refused to stop. A set of headlights finally turned onto the lane, sweeping between the trunks. Then another. Gravel popped under tires. The yard lit up in alternating washes of white and red as a patrol car pulled in, followed by another vehicle that looked like a county SUV. 2 deputies got out, one tall and broad, one shorter with a flashlight already in hand. They moved fast but not frantic, the way people do when they've seen worse than this. I raised my free hand, phone still to my ear, and the dispatcher told me she was ending the call. Before she did, she thanked me in the same tone she'd used to give instructions, like she couldn't afford to add emotion. The shorter deputy came to me first. He didn't fire questions like a TV cop. He scanned the kid, the open door, my truck's position down the lane, taking in the scene in seconds. I explained, quick and clean, the way you do, when you know your own adrenaline will make you ramble. Found the kid on the highway, called it in. Kid pointed here, open door, adult on couch, TV on, bottle on floor. The taller deputy went to the threshold and shined his light inside without stepping in. His beam cut through the entryway and landed on the slumped figure. He called out one loud word, the kind that carries authority, but I couldn't make out what he said from where I stood. There was no answer, just the TV laughter rising and falling. The shorter deputy knelt near the toddler, keeping a respectful distance. His voice softened, but he didn't try to charm. He asked simple questions. The kid blinked, leaned harder into my leg, and said nothing. When the taller deputy finally stepped inside, it was careful, controlled. He didn't rush. He moved like someone trained to notice what could hurt him. After a few seconds, he raised his voice again, and this time there was movement on the couch. Slow, confused, like someone surfacing from deep water. The adult sat up a little, then sagged again. Even from my place in the yard, I could see the unsteady motion, the delay between effort and result. The deputy spoke to them, and the adult's head lolled as if trying to follow words that didn't quite land. Another vehicle arrived behind the SUVs, tires crunching. A woman stepped out wearing a heavy coat and carrying a clipboard tucked under her arm. She wasn't in uniform like the deputies, but the way she walked toward the house had the same practiced purpose. More lights followed after that, softer, not flashing another county car, then one that looked like it belonged to emergency services. The yard became crowded with adults doing their jobs, but the toddler stayed pressed to me like I was the only solid thing in a moving world. The woman with the clipboard introduced herself to the deputies, then came toward us. Her face was tired in a way that had nothing to do with the hour. She crouched down not too close and watched the child's eyes. She asked their name, asked how old they were, asked if they were cold. This time the toddler responded with a tiny nod. The woman looked at me. "Did you see anyone else in the house?" she asked. "Just the one adult," I said. "They were unconscious when I looked." She nodded like she'd expected that answer. She told one of the deputies something in a low voice, and he walked back to his car to make another call. More help, more steps, more paperwork. That meant in the end, the kid wouldn't be put back out on a highway. Inside the house, voices rose briefly, firm, controlled. There was a moment of confusion, the adult's words slurred enough that I couldn't understand them. The deputy answered with the same steady tone. No yelling, no drama, just the slow, heavy process of someone being told what's happening when they can barely stay upright. The woman with the clipboard stood and took off her own scarf. She wrapped it around the toddler's neck with gentle hands, then held out her arms in a question, not a demand. After a pause that felt like holding breath, the child stepped away from my leg and into her embrace, small body folding into the warmth like it had been waiting for permission. I realized then that my hands were shaking. Not from cold anymore. A deputy asked for my ID and my statement. I gave it, my voice flat like I was reading the night back in bullet points. He thanked me. Not the casual kind, the kind you mean. They didn't make me stay longer than necessary. The system moved around me, and I became background, which was fine. That's what I wanted. I didn't want to be the story, I wanted the kid to be safe. As I walked back down the lane toward my truck, I looked once over my shoulder. The porch light had been turned on now, harsh and yellow, revealing peeling paint and muddy footprints and the toys in the yard that had seemed harmless until they didn't. The open door stood wide under the light. No longer mysterious, just neglected. The woman carried the toddler toward her vehicle, scarf trailing slightly, little shoes kicking once in the air. The child's head rested against her shoulder, eyes closed, finally letting sleep take them where the highway had almost taken them first. I got in my truck and sat with my hands on the wheel, watching the flash of red and blue through the trees, listening to the engine idle like it didn't know what had just happened. The road that had felt routine an hour earlier now felt like a place with a trap hidden in plain sight. When I pulled back onto the highway, the blacktop looked the same as it always did, the lines reflecting my headlights, the field stretching out like nothing had ever gone wrong there. But I kept seeing the small figure in the lane, framed by my beams, alone in the middle of fast darkness, waiting for any set of lights to make the wrong decision. The first letter was waiting on my keyboard when I came back from lunch, centered neatly between my mouse and the edge of the desk, as if someone had measured the placement. I remember the overhead lights reflecting off the white envelope, and the way my name was printed in block letters, each stroke pressed so hard it left grooves in the paper. I stood there longer than I should have, staring at it, aware of the low hum of printers and the distant ring of someone else's phone. I've worked as an administrative professional for most of my adult life. I notice details because I have to. Misfiled invoices, unsigned forms, calendar conflicts. That afternoon, what struck me first wasn't the envelope itself, but the fact that I hadn't seen anyone near my desk all morning who didn't belong there. There was no return address. The stamp was local. Inside was a single page, folded twice. The message wasn't long, but it was intimate in a way that made my skin tighten. The writer described the blouse I was wearing, and mentioned the way I tucked my hair behind my ear when I was focused. It said they had been watching me for weeks. It said I shouldn't ignore them anymore. There was no threat. Not exactly, just certainty. I told myself it was a prank. Offices breed boredom, and boredom can turn strange. I walked the floor casually, pretending I needed signatures, and watched for anyone who avoided my eyes. Everyone seemed normal. Our marketing coordinator was arguing with a vendor over speakerphone. The office manager, Denise, was reviewing expense reports at her glass-walled desk. Nothing looked out of place. I didn't tell anyone that day. I slid the letter into my tote bag and finished my work. The second letter arrived 3 days later. This one was on my chair when I came in at 8. It described my commute, the route I took, the coffee shop where I stopped twice a week. It mentioned the dent on the rear bumper of my car, and how it caught the morning light in the parking garage. The tone had shifted. It wasn't just observation now, it was ownership. The writer said they had always known I was special, that I had overlooked them before, that I wouldn't overlook them again. My hands shook as I read it. I looked up at the ceiling tiles, at the vents, at the corners where dust gathered. The office felt different, like the air had been disturbed. I went straight to Denise. She listened without interrupting, her mouth pressed into a thin line. Denise had been with the company longer than anyone else, and she ran the place with steady efficiency. When I finished, she asked to see the letters. She put on a pair of reading glasses and studied the indentation on the page. She said we would take it seriously. She said no one should feel unsafe at work. By the end of the week, building management had been notified. We were in a mid-rise corporate building with shared security at the front desk. Access after hours required a key card, and master keys were limited. Denise sent a memo reminding staff not to let anyone tailgate through secure doors. I tried to focus on my job, scheduling quarterly reviews, processing reimbursements, fielding calls, but every time someone walked behind me, I felt it in my shoulders. The third letter was waiting in my inbox tray late on a Thursday afternoon. It was thicker, multiple pages this time. The handwriting was the same heavy block print, but the content had turned graphic in its detail about my routines. The writer described the layout of my apartment building lobby and the plant near the elevator. They referenced a night I had worked late and left the office at 9, saying they liked the way I hurried to my car. There were no explicit threats, but there were suggestions of what could happen if I continued to ignore them. It said they had sacrificed a lot to be near me, that they had access others didn't. That line stuck with me. Access others didn't. Denise didn't hesitate this time. She contacted corporate security and requested cameras for our suite. The building already had cameras in the lobby and garage, but not inside individual offices. Within a few days, small black domes appeared in the corners of our reception area, the main corridor, and near the file room. Denise explained it to the staff as a precaution after some minor thefts. That explanation became less of a cover when she discovered that a framed photo had gone missing from her desk. It was a picture of her dog, nothing valuable, but it had been there the day before. She kept her office locked when she was out. There was no sign of forced entry. Security reviewed the building footage first. No obvious break-ins, no strangers lingering. Everyone entering after hours appeared to badge in properly, but when they checked the log for master key usage, they found something odd. A master key had been used twice in the past 2 weeks to access our suite after hours. Only a handful of people had that key. Denise, the building engineer, and one former employee who had been issued a master key during a temporary facilities project months earlier. His name was Aaron. Aaron had worked in operations. He was quiet, meticulous, and had left abruptly after a conflict over performance issues. I had coordinated his meetings, processed his termination paperwork. Our interactions had been professional and brief. I couldn't remember a single personal conversation. Security pulled older footage from the nights in question. It took time, hours of scrolling through grainy images of empty hallways and fluorescent-lit silence. They found him just after midnight on a Tuesday. The camera near reception caught him entering with a key, not a badge. He moved confidently like someone who knew the space. He walked down the corridor toward our row of desks. The timestamp showed he stayed for 23 minutes. On the second night, he returned. This time, one of the newly installed cameras inside the suite captured him more clearly. He wore a baseball cap pulled low, but his face was visible when he looked up briefly toward the lens. He carried something tucked under his arm. When he passed my desk, he paused. He touched the back of my chair. I watched the footage in the small security office downstairs. The room smelled faintly of burnt coffee. My stomach felt hollow. The screen flickered as the video looped. There was no dramatic music, no sudden movement. Just a man standing in the place where I spent most of my days, alone in the dark. Short sentences filled my head. He was here, he stood there, he waited. That was the moment the fear settled into something solid. Security contacted the police. They coordinated with building management to deactivate the master key assigned to Aaron. It turned out his key had never been collected when he left. An oversight. A simple administrative error that had opened a door for weeks. The investigation moved quickly once there was video. Officers visited Aaron at his apartment. They found copies of the letters on his computer, and drafts saved with my name in the file titles. He admitted to writing them. He said he just wanted me to notice him. He insisted he hadn't planned to hurt me. I didn't attend the initial hearing, but I provided a statement. Denise and the company's HR representative supported me through the process. A restraining order was issued. Aaron was formally barred from the building and from contacting me in any way. The company documented the breach and terminated any remaining contractual ties. There was a meeting with staff where management acknowledged the security lapse. Procedures changed. Master keys were audited. Access logs were reviewed weekly. The cameras remained. For weeks after, I jumped at every unexpected sound. The clatter of a dropped stapler made my pulse spike. I started varying my commute. I stopped posting pictures online. I kept the blinds in my apartment drawn at night. People were careful around me. Too careful. Conversations hushed when I walked into the break room. I understood the curiosity, but it felt like being watched all over again. The letter stopped. Life in the office resumed its ordinary rhythm. Quarterly reports, budget meetings, birthday cakes in the conference room. The cameras faded into the background. Small black reminders in the corners. Sometimes when I stay late to finish a project, I think about those 23 minutes captured on video. I think about how ordinary it all looked. A man walking through a quiet office. A hand resting on the back of a chair. I keep the first envelope in a folder at home. Not as a souvenir, but as a record. A physical reminder that vigilance isn't paranoia when there are facts to back it up. I learned how thin the line is between routine and intrusion. How a misplaced key can turn a familiar space into something else entirely. The building lobby hasn't changed. The security desk still greets me each morning. The elevator still hums as it climbs. But I notice who steps in behind me now. I watch reflections in glass doors. I check that the latch on our suite door clicks fully into place. I used to think harassment was loud and obvious. I know better now. Sometimes it arrives in a plain white envelope, placed carefully on a keyboard, waiting for you to sit down and open it. And even after the investigation ends and the paperwork is filed, there's a part of you that keeps scanning the room, measuring the distance to the exit, listening for footsteps in a hallway that should be empty. I found the cellar by stepping off the trail to relieve myself, and noticing that the ground dipped where it shouldn't have. It was late afternoon in the state park, the kind of heavy, breathless day when the trees hold the heat and the air tastes green. I hike most weekends to clear my head. I'm not extreme about it. I stay on marked paths, carry a small pack with water and a first aid kit, and let someone know where I'll be. That day I chose a loop I'd walked twice before. A dense stretch of hardwood forest with a shallow creek running parallel to the trail. The depression in the earth was maybe 20 yards from the path. At first I thought it was an old animal burrow or a collapsed root system, but when I pushed aside the ferns, I saw a rectangle under the leaf litter. Wood. Man-made. The edges were too straight to be natural. I crouched and brushed away damp leaves. A set of cellar doors lay flat against the ground. Painted green once, but now faded and peeling. They were the kind you see behind old houses, slanted doors that open outward, only there were no houses anywhere near this part of the park. The nearest road was over a mile away. I told myself it was probably a forgotten storage pit from decades ago. Hunters stash things. People do strange projects in the woods. I stood there longer than I should have, listening. The forest made its usual noise. Insects whining, a woodpecker tapping somewhere distant, the creek slipping over stones. Then I noticed a new sound. Not movement exactly, more like a small contained shift beneath the wood. A scuff. I froze. It didn't repeat. I should have walked away then. Instead, curiosity nudged me closer. The metal handles were rusted but intact. I slipped my fingers under one and pulled. The door resisted at first, then gave with a dry groan. The smell rose immediately, stale and damp, like wet cardboard left in a basement. A short set of wooden steps descended into darkness. It wasn't deep, maybe 6 feet down. I stood at the threshold, letting my eyes adjust. There was no electric light, but a narrow beam of afternoon sun reached in through the open doors. It cut across a small dirt floor, and the outline of objects. There was a folding chair, a plastic storage bin, a cooler, and against the far wall, a stack of crates. It was not abandoned. I climbed down, each step creaking under my weight. The air felt still, used. The chair faced the steps as if someone had been sitting there, watching the doors. The plastic bin had a lid snapped tight. I hesitated, then popped one corner. Inside were photographs. At first I thought they were random wildlife shots. Trees, the creek, a stretch of trail. Then I recognized the blue patch sewn onto my backpack. My stomach tightened. I sifted through the stack. Every photo was of me crossing the wooden footbridge on this same loop, me tying my shoe on a rock near the creek, me taking a drink from my water bottle at a bend in the trail. The angles were varied, some from behind tree trunks, some from slightly elevated positions, like the photographer had been standing on a small rise. They were recent. I wore the same gray shirt I had on that day. I flipped to the last one and saw myself kneeling by this exact depression in the ground, brushing away leaves. The photo had been taken minutes ago. My hands started to shake. I looked up from the bin, suddenly aware of the confined space, the narrow exit above me. The open doors framed a square of sky and leaves. There was a shadow passing across that square. I didn't see a face, just a silhouette interrupting the light. Someone standing over the doors. I dropped the photos. They fanned across the dirt floor. The shadow shifted. One of the cellar doors moved slightly, creaking under weight. I scrambled up the steps. As I reached the top, the right door slammed down. The impact knocked me backward. The left door began to close too. Pushed from outside, I jammed my shoulder against it and forced it open enough to squeeze through. My pack snagged on the metal handle, tearing fabric. But I didn't stop. When I cleared the doors, I saw him. He stood 5 yards away between 2 trees, wearing a mask that covered his entire face. It was plain and pale. No features except dark eye holes. The rest of him was unremarkable. Dark hoodie, jeans, gloves, average build. He didn't speak. He didn't gesture. He just watched me. For a moment, we stared at each other. I tried to read his posture. He was relaxed, balanced, like he had expected this. Then he took one step forward. I turned and ran. The trail was somewhere to my left, but the undergrowth was thick. I crashed through ferns and low branches, angling toward where I believed the path lay. My boots slipped on damp leaves. Behind me I heard movement. Not frantic, controlled. He wasn't crashing like I was. He knew how to move through this forest. I broke onto the trail 20 seconds later, lungs already burning. I didn't look back. I headed toward the parking lot, which was just under a mile away along a mostly straight stretch. Footsteps followed. They kept pace, not gaining fast, but not falling behind. I risked a glance over my shoulder. He was there, mask bright against the green, weaving around tree trunks with an efficiency that made my panic spike. He wasn't sprinting blindly. He was tracking. The afternoon light slanted through the canopy, flashing across the mask as he moved. The image felt unreal, like something staged, but the sound of his breathing carried faintly in the still air. I veered off the trail deliberately, hoping to break his line of sight. The forest thickened. The ground dipped toward the creek. I slid down a muddy bank and splashed through shallow water, cold soaking through my socks. I climbed the opposite side and pushed through brush until my shoulders ached. I crouched behind a fallen log, trying to quiet my breathing. The forest seemed to close in around me. The insects resumed their steady hum. No footsteps, no cracking twigs. I stayed there, heart hammering. Maybe he had lost me. Maybe he had never intended to catch me. The photos in the cellar flashed in my mind. the one taken minutes before. He had been close enough to photograph me without my noticing. A branch snapped somewhere to my right. I bolted again. This time I ran parallel to the creek, using the sound of water to mask my movement. I didn't try to be quiet. I tried to be fast. The ground leveled briefly, giving me a chance to lengthen my stride. Ahead, I saw a park boundary marker nailed to a tree. Beyond that, the forest thinned slightly where maintenance crews had cleared brush in previous seasons. I heard him closer now. Faster. He was committing. I cut sharply uphill, legs burning, and burst into a small clearing where the trees opened just enough to expose the sky. For a split second, I thought I had gained distance. He stepped into the clearing from the opposite side. He had anticipated the route. We stopped, maybe 15 feet apart. The mask stared at me, empty and unreadable. His chest rose and fell steadily. Mine felt like it might split open. I moved left. He mirrored. I moved right. He adjusted. There was no shouting, no threats, just the quiet afternoon and the sound of two people breathing in a public park. He lunged. I pivoted and sprinted downhill without looking back. Branches whipped my arms. I nearly lost my footing twice. The ground sloped toward the main trail junction, where I knew park rangers sometimes drove small utility vehicles. My vision narrowed to a tunnel. My only thought was to reach open space. The trees began to thin. I saw the wide gravel path ahead. I burst onto it and nearly collided with a green park truck idling near the junction. Two rangers stood beside it. Maps spread across the hood. I stumbled toward them, words tumbling out in broken fragments about a masked man and a hidden cellar. One ranger stepped forward, steadying me. The other turned toward the tree line I had just exited. The forest edge stood quiet. Leaves moved in a light breeze. No masked figure emerged. The ranger who had faced the woods walked several yards in, scanning. He called out once, a firm command identifying himself. No response. They took me seriously. One stayed with me while the other radioed for additional staff. I led them shakily back toward the depression where I had found the doors. The cellar was still there. The doors were closed. The rangers opened them cautiously. The air inside was unchanged. The folding chair remained in place. The plastic bin sat against the wall. The photographs were gone. The crates were empty too, as if someone had cleared out anything personal in the short time since I fled. But there were signs of long-term use. A sleeping bag rolled tightly in a corner. Food wrappers tucked into a plastic sack. A small battery pack wired to nothing. The dirt floor was compacted from repeated movement. One ranger crouched and examined the ground outside. He pointed to impressions in the soil that I hadn't noticed earlier. Boot prints. More than one set, overlapping and circling the area. They expanded their search outward from the cellar, fanning through the trees. I sat on a flat rock near the trail, wrapped in a borrowed jacket despite the heat. My legs trembled without my permission. They found more evidence as the afternoon wore on. A concealed vantage point built from fallen branches overlooking a bend in the trail. A second shallow pit containing discarded camera packaging. A length of cord tied between two trees at ankle height, positioned just off a narrow side path. As the sun dipped lower, casting longer shadows, additional staff arrived. They cordoned off the area and began documenting everything. No one found the masked man. The rangers told me there had been reports over the past year of someone squatting in remote sections of the park. Small fires extinguished before anyone arrived. Makeshift shelters discovered and dismantled. Nothing violent, just a presence that moved when approached. They did not confirm that he had targeted me specifically, but the photographs suggested otherwise. I gave a formal statement at the ranger station that evening. They took down details about my usual hiking schedule, my vehicle, how often I came alone. They asked if I had noticed anyone lingering near the parking lot on previous visits. I tried to recall faces and came up empty. By the time I left, the sky had darkened, the parking lot lights hummed overhead. My car sat exactly where I had left it. For weeks afterward, I replayed the sequence in my head. The depression in the earth, The photos, the shadow over the doors. I thought about how easily he had closed the distance in the forest, how he had moved without wasted motion. The park reopened that section of trail. After a brief closure, they increased patrols. They never announced an arrest. I stopped hiking alone. Sometimes in the late afternoon when the light slants the same way it did that day, I imagine a folding chair positioned somewhere just off the path, angled toward an opening in the trees. I imagine a plastic bin resting at someone's feet, lid ready to snap closed. I picture a pale mask lifted just enough to breathe easier in the heat. The state park remains public land. Families picnic there. Runners pass through with headphones on. I still drive by the entrance occasionally and watch cars pull into the lot. I think about how long that cellar might have existed before I noticed the dip in the ground. How many other afternoons someone could have been sitting beneath those doors, listening to footsteps pass overhead, camera poised, waiting for the right moment to step out of the trees and follow. I keep screenshots of every delivery I accept, even when it's a 2-mile milk run at the end of a long shift. That night, I took one more out of habit, thumb pressing the side button while the engine idled, and the dash clock flipped past 10:40 p.m. The address sat at the edge of the service map, a thin gray line branching off a county road into a rural subdivision that never filled in. The order was small: bottled water, chips, over-the-counter cold medicine, and the tip looked decent. I remember thinking it would pay for the gas I'd burned, circling brighter neighborhoods earlier. I've been doing gig deliveries for 3 years. It's not a career I planned, but it's work I understand. You watch patterns, you notice when names don't match door plaques, when the porch light stays dark after the app says the customer is tracking you, when the map pin hovers over empty fields. Most nights are uneventful. You drive, you drop, you move on. The paved road narrowed as I turned off the county highway. Mailboxes leaned at the edge of gravel driveways. The houses were set back and widely spaced, some with a single lamp burning in a front window, most with nothing, no streetlights. The moon was a thin smear behind clouds, and the only steady light came from my headlights pushing a pale tunnel through the dark. My tires hummed on patched asphalt. The address guided me to the end of the subdivision where the pavement stopped at a rough circle of gravel. Beyond it, trees pressed close. The app chirped that I had arrived. I slowed, scanning for numbers on posts or stones. There were no houses facing the cul-de-sac, just a stretch of low brush and a split-rail fence that looked decorative rather than functional. The pin pulsed at the center of the dead end. I rolled forward another car length and stopped. The engine ticked softly. No porch light flicked on. No door opened. My high beams washed over the fence and the trunks behind it, turning the bark a flat white. I checked the order details again. The name was common. The instructions were blank. I've had wrong pins before. Sometimes the map drops you at the edge of a property, and you have to inch along until a house reveals itself. I put the car in park and let my foot rest on the brake. I didn't turn off the engine. That's a rule I follow after dark in rural areas. I reached for my phone to call through the app. Before I could tap the number, I saw movement in the side mirror. A shape crossed the red glow of my taillights and disappeared. I looked up, scanning the rear view. Nothing but the empty road I'd come down, a ribbon of darker black in the night. My first thought was a deer. They drift through these roads without warning. I shifted into drive and eased forward to swing the car around in the gravel circle. As my headlights pivoted, they caught the reason I'd been called here. A tree lay across the mouth of the cul-de-sac. It wasn't a massive trunk dragged from the woods. It was a smaller pine, cut clean at the base, branches still thick with needles. It stretched from one side of the pavement to the other. The top angled into the ditch. It hadn't been there when I pulled in. I would have seen it in the wash of my lights. My stomach tightened in a way that felt mechanical, like a seatbelt locking in a sudden stop. I checked the rear view again. The road behind me was still empty. The only way out was blocked. I locked the doors with a firm press. The click sounded too loud inside the cabin. I put the car back in park, and lifted my foot off the brake to kill the bright red glow at the rear. The darkness deepened behind me. Another shape moved at the edge of the trees near the fallen pine. Then a second. They weren't trying to hide very well. They stepped into the beam of my headlights one at a time, as if testing how close they could get before I reacted. 3 of them in total. Hoodies pulled up, hands low at their sides. They spread out across the width of the road near the tree. Not close enough to touch my car, but close enough to make their intention clear. This was not a wrong pin. I didn't reach for my phone again. There are moments when your body decides faster than your thoughts. Mine told me to leave. The problem was simple. The cul-de-sac was narrow, and the gravel shoulder dropped into a shallow ditch lined with rocks. The split-rail fence boxed in the far side. To my right, a shallow slope led into brush. To my left, a deeper dip ran along the edge, before climbing back up to pavement near the tree. I could try to move the pine, but that meant getting out of the car. I could sit and wait, but that meant giving them time to close the distance. One of them stepped forward and raised an arm, palm out. The universal signal to stop. I was already stopped. I put the car in reverse and let it roll back a few feet to create space. My headlights stayed fixed on the tree and the figures. They shifted with me, keeping their line across the road. I saw the glint of something metallic near one of their hands. It could have been a phone catching light. It could have been something else. The app notification buzzed on my screen, asking if I needed help finding the customer. The tree wasn't enormous. The trunk was maybe 8 inches thick at the base. Branches splayed wide but flexible. If I hit it square and low, I might be able to push it enough to squeeze by. The ditch on the left worried me. If I misjudged and dropped a tire too deep, I'd be stuck, nose pinned to pine and tail exposed. They took a few steps closer, not running, just closing the gap, confident. I shifted into drive. The engine revved higher than I meant it to. A sharp sound in the stillness. Gravel spat under my tires as I rolled forward, angling slightly toward the left side of the road where the ditch looked shallower. The 3 figures reacted immediately, spreading wider, one moving toward my driver's side as if to flank. I didn't slow. The front bumper met the pine with a jolt that snapped my head back. Branches scraped across the hood and windshield in a frantic sweep of needles. I kept my foot down. The trunk resisted for a split second, then slid, bark grinding against asphalt. The car climbed slightly as the left tire rode the edge of the ditch. The steering wheel jerked in my hands. For a heartbeat, I thought I'd misjudged it and we were going to tip or stall. And the image flashed clear in my mind of doors yanked open and hands reaching in. But the trunk rolled just enough. The pine shifted into the ditch, creating a narrow gap between its base and the pavement. I cranked the wheel right and surged through the opening. Branches slapped the side mirrors. The undercarriage scraped once, hard, then I was past them. One of the figures lunged toward the rear quarter panel as I cleared the tree, but they were a step too slow. I saw them in the side mirror, shrinking fast as I straightened out and accelerated down the dark road. No one chased. No headlights flared behind me. The subdivision swallowed them back into blackness. I didn't ease up until I hit the county highway. My hands were shaking so badly that I had to pull into a gas station 2 miles down and sit under fluorescent lights to let the tremor pass. The car smelled faintly of crushed pine. Needles clung to the wipers. A thin scrape marked the front bumper. Plastic bent but intact. I marked the order as undeliverable and reported a safety issue through the app. The automated response thanked me for my feedback. A few minutes later, a support agent called. I kept my explanation tight and factual. Dead-end address. Tree placed after arrival. 3 individuals blocking exit. I emphasized that I had not exited the vehicle. The agent told me they would investigate the account that placed the order. They advised me to contact local authorities. Their voice was calm, almost bored, as if reading from a script designed for lost packages rather than roadblocks. I called the non-emergency number for the county sheriff. I gave them the location and described what had happened. The deputy who answered asked if I had seen weapons. I told him I couldn't be sure. He said they would send someone to check the area. I drove home on back roads that felt different now. Every mailbox a potential marker for something waiting in the dark. My phone buzzed once more before I pulled into my apartment complex. The order had been canceled by the customer. Later, lying in bed, I replayed it in pieces. The precision of it. A cheap order designed to draw a driver to a place where no one lived. A cut tree staged just out of sight until the car was boxed in. 3 people positioned to block, not chase. They had counted on hesitation, on the idea that I would get out to move the obstacle, or at least sit long enough for them to approach both sides. I thought about all the times I'd turned off my engine to save gas while waiting. All the times I'd stepped out to shift a fallen branch without considering who might be watching. The difference between routine and trap is often only clear in hindsight. The next day in daylight, I drove by the entrance to that subdivision on my way to a grocery delivery. I didn't turn in. From the highway, it looked harmless. A row of mailboxes, a cracked sign with a faded neighborhood name. Nothing about it signaled danger. If I hadn't been there the night before, I would have passed without a second thought. I saved the screenshots from that order in a folder on my phone labeled with the date, and a note to myself about patterns to watch for, tagging it with the internal reference I use for safety reminders. Undam? It's a small thing, a digital breadcrumb, but it helps me remember that the map isn't neutral and the pin isn't always honest. I still deliver at night. Bills don't care about close calls, but I don't take the last order anymore if it pulls me too far off the grid. I keep my engine running at dead ends. I scan the road behind me before I stop, and when I see a stretch of pavement that leads into darkness, without a single porch light, I feel that mechanical tightening in my chest, and remember the sound of branches scraping across my windshield as I push through something that was never meant to let me pass. I found the device when I was on my back in the driveway, rain sliding off the edge of the car and down my sleeves, my phone's flashlight trembling against the undercarriage as I traced a strip of fresh adhesive that didn't belong there. It was past midnight, the kind of storm that makes the gutters roar and the streetlights flicker. I hadn't planned to be outside. I had only come down to the kitchen for water when I noticed headlights sweep across my ceiling and then go dark. Not unusual on its own. Cars pass, people turn around, but I am careful by nature. I keep track of what normal looks like, and that wash of light felt slow, deliberate, like someone checking the address. I waited at the front window until the rain blurred the glass and the street settled again. No engine, no door slam, just the steady hiss of water on asphalt. I told myself to let it go. Instead, I pulled on a jacket and stepped into the driveway to make sure my car was locked. That's when I saw it, a small rectangle tucked near the rear axle, a black box the size of a matchbook, fixed with a magnet and a strip of gray tape. It hadn't been there when I washed the car on Sunday. I would have seen it. The device had a tiny seam along one edge and a pinhole on the side. I didn't touch it at first. I crouched in the rain and just looked at it, letting my eyes adjust, confirming I wasn't inventing something out of nerves. My mind moved through possibilities. A mechanic's marker, a loose part, trash kicked up from the road. None of them fit. It was positioned too neatly, too intentionally. I took photos before I did anything else. Wide shots to show placement. Close shots to capture the tape and the seam. Then I slid it off carefully. It resisted for a second, then came free in my hand. It had weight to it. Inside the house, I set it on a paper towel on the counter and dried my hands. I didn't pry it open. I didn't press any buttons. I know enough about electronics to understand that some devices alert the owner when they're tampered with. Instead, I placed it in a metal mixing bowl and covered it with another bowl, a makeshift shield. It felt dramatic, but caution has kept me safe before. I called the non-emergency police line. I kept my voice steady and described what I'd found. The dispatcher asked if I had anyone who might want to track me. I said no. I meant it. I live alone. I work from home 3 days a week. I have a small circle. No recent breakups. No arguments that would escalate into something like this. While I was on the phone, lightning cracked close enough to rattle the windows. I turned toward the sound without thinking, and that's when I saw him. He was standing at the edge of the side yard, near the narrow window that looks into my bedroom. The rain cut across him in sheets, but he didn't move. He was just there, a tall shape between the hedges and the fence, facing the house. For a second I thought it was a trick of the light, a branch, a shadow thrown by the storm. Then another flash lit the yard, bright and clean, and I saw his face tilted slightly upward toward the window, my bedroom window. I stepped back from the kitchen counter so fast I knocked the bowl and sent the device clattering inside its metal cover. The dispatcher was still asking questions. I told her there was someone outside my house. I gave her my address again. She said officers were on the way. When I looked back, the yard was empty. I locked the back door, then the front, even though both had already been locked. I turned off the kitchen lights and moved through the house without turning on anything else. I didn't want to silhouette myself against the windows. From the hallway, I checked the bedroom. The blinds were half open, angled down. I keep them that way during storms so I can watch the rain in the morning. Now I reached in and twisted the rod until they snapped shut. The police arrived within 10 minutes. I saw the red and blue reflection ripple across my ceiling. Before I heard the knock, I told them everything. I showed them the device. One of the officers took it outside to his cruiser. The other walked the perimeter of the house with a flashlight, scanning the hedges and fence line. They didn't find anyone in the yard, but near the side gate, pressed into the mud, there were footprints that didn't belong to me. The officer who examined the device said it looked like a GPS tracker. He didn't open it there, but he told me they see them more often now. Small, cheap, easy to hide. He asked if I had driven anywhere unusual recently. I told him my routine is predictable. Grocery store on Tuesdays, gym on Thursdays. I visit my sister every other Sunday. Otherwise, I'm home. He nodded in a way that didn't make me feel better. They took the device as evidence and filed a report. Before they left, they suggested I stay with someone for the night. I declined. Leaving felt like giving something up. Instead, I moved a chair into the hallway where I could see both the front door and the staircase. I kept the lights off and sat there until dawn, listening to the storm weaken into a steady drip. I didn't sleep. The next afternoon, a detective called. The tracker had a serial number. It was registered through a prepaid account linked to a debit card. The card had been used at a gas station less than 2 miles from my house. 3 days earlier, he asked again about my routine. I described it in detail. He asked about my social media. I told him my accounts are private. I don't post in real time. I don't tag locations until I've left them. He asked about the gym. I hesitated. There's a man there. I've noticed. Not because he did anything obvious, just because he was always present. He never spoke to me, never even tried, but he would arrive when I arrived, leave shortly after I left. At first, I assumed our schedules just overlapped, but last week when I changed my usual Thursday session to Wednesday, he was there too. I told the detective that. He asked for a description. I gave him what I could. Mid-30s, dark hair, average build, a small scar near his left eyebrow. I felt foolish describing something so ordinary. Ordinary people don't stand in the rain outside bedroom windows. The detective said they would look into it. 2 days passed without incident. I worked from home with the curtains drawn. I checked the driveway before unlocking the car. I varied my routes when I went out, taking unnecessary turns just to see if anyone followed. No one did. On the third night, the storm returned. Not as violent as the first one, but steady and cold. I had just shut down my computer when my phone buzzed with a notification from the home security app I rarely use. It logged motion near the side of the house. I opened the live feed from the small camera mounted above the garage. Rain streaked across the lens, distorting the image. For a moment I saw nothing but shadows and water. Then a figure stepped into frame. He stood close to the wall, under the narrow overhang where the camera's angle barely reached. He looked thinner than I remembered from the gym. His clothes clung to him, soaked. He wasn't looking at the camera. He was looking toward the side window again. This time, I didn't freeze. I called 911 and gave them my address before they could ask. I told them the man was outside now. I described what he was wearing. I said I believed he had placed a tracking device on my car. The operator told me to stay on the line and move to a secure room. I went into the bathroom at the center of the house, locked the door, and turned off the light. I could hear my own breathing echo off the tile. Outside, something scraped against the siding. Not loud, not forceful, just a testing sound like someone running a hand along the wall. The operator said officers were close. The scraping stopped. There was a pause that felt stretched thin, then the sharp crack of someone trying the side gate. It held. Seconds later, I heard sirens. Close. Approaching fast. The noise outside shifted. Footsteps and water. A sudden shout from the yard. I didn't catch the words. Another shout closer. The sound of someone slipping on wet grass. The operator told me officers had a suspect in sight. I stayed in the bathroom until there was a knock at the front door and a voice identifying law enforcement. Only then did I unlock the door and step into the hallway. They had him in the back of a cruiser, hands cuffed behind him, head bowed forward. Rain slid off his hair and down his face. Even in the flashing lights, I could see the small scar by his left eyebrow. One of the officers asked if I could identify him. I said yes. They had found something in his backpack, a folded map printed from an online service. My street circled in red, a second page with notes handwritten in tight, careful lines, times, days, short phrases. Leaves 8:10 a.m., gym 6:30 p.m., lights off 11:45 p.m. My routine. The detective arrived not long after. He told me they had matched the debit card used to activate the tracker to a purchase made with the same card at the gym's vending machine. The gym security footage showed the man using it. They pulled his membership file, his name, his address, his employment history. He lived alone in an apartment across town. Inside his car, parked 2 streets away, they found another tracking device still in its packaging. He had been preparing. The detective said that when they tackled him in the yard, he had a small tool in his pocket. Not a weapon, just something thin and flat that could slip under a window frame. He hadn't gotten that far. The gate slowed him down. The storm made the ground slick. The patrol car turned the corner at the right time. Short sentences, clear facts, no speculation. In the days that followed, I learned more than I wanted to. He had no prior record for violence, but there were complaints, reports from 2 other women at different gyms in neighboring towns. Nothing that had stuck, lingering looks, being present too often, following at a distance, enough to unsettle, not enough to arrest, until now. The tracker contained weeks of location data, my drives to the grocery store, the route to my sister's house, the parking lot at the gym. It showed patterns I hadn't realized were so consistent. Physical evidence, digital evidence, a map in his bag, the footage from the camera. It was enough. He was charged with stalking, unlawful tracking, and attempted unlawful entry. I replaced the side gate with a heavier one. I installed better lighting along the yard. I changed the angle of the bedroom blinds so they never tilt open toward the street. The driveway feels different now, exposed in a way I hadn't considered before. Sometimes late at night, I still check the security feed before going to bed. I watch the rain when it comes, the way it turns the asphalt silver under the streetlights. I don't sit in the hallway anymore. I don't keep a chair there, but I do look under my car every few weeks. The last time it rained, I stood at the front window and let the headlights of passing cars move across the ceiling without flinching. The yard was empty. The side window reflected only my own silhouette. The device is gone. He is in custody. The map with my routine is sealed in an evidence bag somewhere in a room I will never see. And still, when the storm is loud enough to cover footsteps, I remember the way he stood in the rain, looking up at my bedroom window, as if he had been invited. I noticed the sedan on a Tuesday at the end of a 14-hour shift, when the sky was just starting to pale, and the neighborhood sprinklers were ticking on in uneven rhythms. I work nights on a medical surgical floor, which means I leave the hospital when most people are pouring cereal or stepping into the shower. That morning, I was too tired to think about anything but sleep. I pulled out of the employee lot and caught the reflection of headlights in my rearview mirror. It didn't register as important at first. There's always someone else leaving late. The sedan kept a steady distance behind me through 3 traffic lights and a right turn onto Maple Drive. When I slowed for a yellow, it slowed. When I changed lanes to avoid a garbage truck, it drifted over too. I told myself I was being dramatic. We were heading toward the same stretch of suburban sprawl where half the hospital staff lives. At the entrance to my subdivision, I signaled and turned. The sedan turned too. That's when the tiredness burned off. My neighborhood is a loop of nearly identical 2-story houses with narrow driveways and trimmed hedges. There's no reason to cut through it unless you live there. I kept driving past my house instead of pulling in, circling toward the secondary exit that dumps back onto the main road. The sedan followed the curve but didn't speed up or close the gap. I took the exit. The sedan went straight. I sat at the stop sign for a few seconds longer than necessary, watching it disappear between the houses. I convinced myself it was coincidence, a delivery driver lost, a neighbor's guest. I drove back around and parked in my driveway, feeling foolish for the spike of adrenaline. The next morning, it happened again. Same pale sky, same hollow ache in my legs, same headlights 2 cars back this time, but unmistakable once we hit the second light. Dark gray sedan, one headlight slightly dimmer than the other. I didn't take the direct route home. I turned left where I usually turn right, and looped through a strip mall parking lot. The sedan hesitated at the entrance, then followed. It maintained that careful distance. Never aggressive, never honking, just present. I didn't drive home. I pulled into a 24-hour grocery store and parked under a lamp near the entrance. I watched in my mirror as the sedan rolled past the lot, paused as if considering, and kept going. I stayed there until my hands stopped shaking. When I finally drove home, I circled the block twice before pulling into my driveway. There was no gray car in sight. By the 3rd morning, I wasn't pretending it was random. I left work early by 10 minutes and waited near the exit, pretending to scroll through my phone. The gray sedan was parked 2 rows over, engine running. I could see the silhouette of someone in the driver's seat, head angled toward the hospital doors. When I pulled out, it did too. I drove differently that day. No strip malls, no obvious evasive moves. I went the normal route but stayed hyper-aware, counting landmarks without meaning to. At the 4th light, I made an abrupt right into a residential street that dead-ended in a cul-de-sac. The sedan turned with me. There's no outlet there, just a circle of driveways and a patch of grass in the center. Halfway down the block, I made a sharp U-turn and headed back toward the main road. The sedan had slowed near the cul-de-sac entrance. As I approached, I saw it idling there, angled as if waiting. The driver didn't get out. The windows were tinted enough that I couldn't see a face. But as I passed, the car pulled in behind me again. That was the moment I stopped doubting my instincts. I didn't go home. I drove straight to the police station, 5 miles away. The sedan followed for 3 lights, then veered off into a gas station lot and disappeared between the pumps. I walked into the station and told the officer at the desk what had been happening. He took notes. He asked if the driver had approached me, spoken to me, threatened me. I said no. He asked if I had the license plate. I didn't. He told me to call immediately if the car appeared again. He suggested varying my route and making sure my doors and windows were locked. He said without a plate number or a direct confrontation, there wasn't much they could do. I understood. I also understood that someone was testing my patterns. That afternoon, instead of going straight to bed, I installed a new deadbolt on my front door. I had meant to replace the old one for months. I added a motion light above the garage and ordered a small camera that synced to my phone. I trimmed the hedge near the porch so there were no blind spots. By the 5th morning, I felt like I was waiting for something to happen. The sedan was there again, sliding into traffic behind me as I left the hospital. I didn't look at it directly. I didn't change my speed. I drove home the normal way and turned into my subdivision without hesitation. The car followed. Instead of pulling into my driveway, I drove past it and parked along the curb 2 houses down. The sedan slowed as it approached my house, then continued to the end of the street and turned around. It passed me slowly, then parked across from my driveway. I kept my engine running and pretended to check something on my dashboard. The sedan idled for a minute, then rolled forward and disappeared around the corner. I waited another full minute before pulling into my driveway and closing the garage behind me. I didn't sleep well that day. Every sound felt amplified. The hum of the refrigerator, the creak of the house settling. When my alarm went off for my next shift, I checked the camera footage from the afternoon. Nothing unusual, just a delivery truck and a neighbor walking her dog. On the 7th morning, everything tightened. The sky was overcast, the kind of dull gray that flattens everything. The sedan followed me from the hospital, closer this time. At one light, it was directly behind me. I could see the outline of the driver's head, still and forward-facing. When I turned into my subdivision, it didn't hang back. It came in right after me. I pulled into my driveway and hit the garage remote. The door began to rise, slow and mechanical. I considered backing out and driving away, but I was tired of running loops. I wanted to see what would happen. The sedan stopped in the middle of the street behind my driveway. I pulled into the garage and shut the door. I didn't turn off the engine right away. I watched the shadow under the door. No footsteps, no sudden impact. After a few seconds, I killed the engine and stepped inside the house through the interior door, locking it behind me. The front of my house was quiet. I moved to the living room window and shifted the curtain just enough to see the street. The sedan was parked directly in front of my house now. Engine off. The driver's door opened. A man stepped out. Mid-30s, average build, baseball cap pulled low. He didn't look around nervously. He walked straight up my driveway to the front porch, as if he belonged there. I felt the rush of cold before the fear. I moved to the front door and looked through the peephole. He stood inches from the door, head tilted slightly, listening. He tried the handle. The new deadbolt held firm. He knocked once, not loud. Then he leaned closer to the door, peering at the peephole as if he could see me through it. I held my breath. He tried the handle again, this time with more force. The door rattled in its frame. My heart pounded so hard I thought he might hear it. He stepped back and looked over his shoulder toward the street. The neighborhood was still. Most of my neighbors had already left for work. He reached into his jacket pocket. I stepped back from the door and pulled out my phone, dialing 911 with hands that felt disconnected from my body. I whispered my address and told the dispatcher there was a man trying to get into my house. As I spoke, I crept back to the peephole. The man was no longer directly in front of the door. For a split second, panic flared. Had he gone around back? Then I saw movement to the right. He was crouched near the hedges that lined my porch, partially obscured by the leaves. He looked toward the street again, and then down at something in his hands. The dispatcher told me officers were on the way. The front door handle moved again, slower this time, as if testing whether I had unlocked it. It didn't budge. A car turned onto the street in the distance. The man froze. The patrol car came into view, lights flashing but no siren. The man stood abruptly and stepped off the porch, moving quickly toward the side yard. The police car accelerated. One officer jumped out before the vehicle fully stopped, shouting commands. The man tried to cut through the narrow space between my house and the neighbor's fence. He didn't make it far. The second officer intercepted him near the hedges. There was a brief struggle on the lawn, shoes scraping against damp grass. A sharp command repeated twice, and then the metallic click of handcuffs. I stayed behind the door until an officer knocked and identified himself. When I opened it, my legs felt weak. They had the man seated on the curb beside his gray sedan. The baseball cap was gone. He stared straight ahead, expression flat. One of the officers walked me down the driveway. He asked if I recognized the man. I said no. He asked if I had any prior contact. I said no. They searched the sedan. From where I stood, I could see them pulling items from the back seat and placing them on the hood. A roll of duct tape, several zip ties bundled together, a pair of work gloves, a length of rope coiled neatly. The sight of those objects was worse than the knocking. The officer beside me kept his voice steady as he explained that they would take him in for attempted burglary and stalking, that the items in the vehicle suggested preparation for something more serious. He asked me again about the previous days, about the following, about the police station visit. I described the dim headlight, the cul-de-sac, the grocery store parking lot. They took photos of my door and the porch. They collected the camera footage from the previous days. The sedan was towed when the patrol cars finally left. The street looked unchanged, lawns trimmed, mailboxes upright, a faint breeze moving the hedges where he had crouched minutes earlier. I didn't go to bed. I sat at the kitchen table with a cup of coffee I didn't need and replayed the week in my mind. The first morning, the second, the way he had waited in the hospital lot, the way he had followed without rushing, learning my turns, my timing. If I hadn't circled the block, if I hadn't gone to the station, if I hadn't changed the lock, by mid-morning, sunlight cut through the clouds and lit up the front porch. The new deadbolt gleamed against the painted wood. The motion light I'd installed was still on from the dawn. I walked outside and stood at the edge of the driveway, looking at the quiet street. There was no gray sedan, no idling engine, just the distant sound of a lawnmower starting up somewhere down the block. I went back inside, locked the door, and checked the camera feed one more time before finally allowing myself to lie down. The porch was empty. The hedges were still. The house felt solid around me, sealed and watchful. I left the porch light on anyway, even as the sun climbed higher, letting it burn against the daylight like a small stubborn signal that I was paying attention, that I would always be paying attention now. The bulb humming softly above the door, burning. I was the first one through the broken service door, my shoes crunching over a drift of old plaster as if I owned the place. The asylum sat on the edge of town behind a sagging chain-link fence and a row of wind-bent pines. Everyone said it had been empty for years. Windows were boarded, the brick face stained with runoff and time. I had biked past it all summer, imagining the inside long halls, rusted beds, maybe a gurney tipped on its side. I'd climbed water towers and slipped into construction sites before, but this was different. This was the kind of place people whispered about at school and then drove past a little faster at night. We went in after 11, when the streetlights felt thin and the wind had settled. There were 5 of us. I told myself I wasn't trying to impress anyone, that I just wanted to see what was behind those windows, that I knew why I'd volunteered to find a way in. I liked the jolt in my chest when something could go wrong. The service door had been pried once before. The metal frame was bent. I leaned my weight into it until it gave with a dry snap. The air inside was colder than outside, and it smelled less like rot than I expected. There was dust, yes, and the faint sour note of old disinfectant, but not the deep wet decay I had pictured. We stood in a narrow corridor with chipped tile under our shoes. Our phone lights made the walls look closer than they were. The others crowded in behind me, whispering about how quiet it was. No power, no hum, just the distant drip of water somewhere deeper in the building. I led us toward the main hall. I'd looked up old floor plans online, studied them like a map before a hike. Administrative offices up front, wards to the left, long-term rooms upstairs. The plan was simple. Walk through, take a few photos, get out before anyone noticed. The first strange thing was the smell. It wasn't strong at first, just a thread of something warm cutting through the stale air. Not rot, not mold, something cooked. I stopped at the intersection of 2 halls and tilted my head trying to place it. The others bumped into me and asked what I was doing. I waved them quiet. The scent was faint but distinct. Bread, yeast, maybe soup. That made no sense. This place had been closed since before we were in middle school. We followed it without saying we were following it. The corridor opened into what must have been a common room. Metal chairs were stacked along one wall. A television hung crooked in its mount, and on a low table in the center of the room, illuminated by our lights, sat a paper plate with half a sandwich on it. The bread was pale and soft. The edges hadn't curled. There was a bite missing. For a second, I thought it was a prank, something staged for kids like us. But when I stepped closer, I saw steam lift in a thin ribbon from a mug beside it. My pulse kicked harder. Steam meant heat. Heat meant recent. One of the others muttered that it had to be homeless people. That was reasonable. Abandoned buildings attract people who need somewhere dry. I told myself the same thing. We were the intruders, not them. Then I saw the candles. 3 of them placed on the windowsill. Not melted stubs left behind from years ago. Fresh pillars, white wax running in slow, glossy trails down their sides. The flames leaned slightly in a draft we couldn't feel. The room felt smaller after that. No one had broken in the way we had. The door downstairs was the only obvious entry point, and we had forced it open, which meant whoever was here had another way in, or had been here before we arrived. I should have said we were leaving. Instead, I stepped farther into the room. I told myself I needed to see the rest, to confirm what we were dealing with. A caretaker, maybe? Someone unofficially living here. My defining trait, if I'm honest, is that I chase the edge of things. The moment when curiosity outweighs caution. I don't like walking away from a mystery. We moved down the hall toward the wards. The smell grew stronger. Not overwhelming, but steady, like something simmering. The ward doors were thick and heavy, each with a small wired window. Most stood open. Inside were narrow beds bolted to the floor, mattresses gone, frames rusted. The air in those rooms felt undisturbed, cold and still. Halfway down the hall, I heard it, a sound that didn't belong to pipes or wind. A low, uneven exhale. Not quite a sigh, not quite a groan. It came from the far end, where the corridor bent out of sight. Everyone froze. There are moments when a group stops being loud and becomes one body, breathing together. That's what it felt like. We listened. The sound didn't repeat. I told them it was probably the building settling. Old structures make noises at night. I believed that. Mostly. We kept moving, slower now. The bend in the corridor opened into a nurse's station, with a desk overturned and cabinets hanging open. And beyond it, a stairwell door stood ajar. The warm smell was stronger here. I pushed the stairwell door wider. The metal hinge scraped. The stairwell was darker than the hall, our light swallowed by the concrete walls. The steps led up and down. The smell rose from above. I started climbing. I remember thinking that if someone was living here, they would have heard us by now. We weren't quiet. Shoes on tile, doors creaking, whispers. If they wanted to avoid us, they would. That thought lasted until I reached the second floor. The hallway above was narrower, lined with padded cells. The doors were thicker, with small rectangular windows set at eye level. Most were closed. Halfway down the hall, light flickered. Not electric light. Candlelight. It spilled from beneath one of the doors. My heart pounded so hard I felt it in my throat. The others hovered behind me at the top of the stairs. I took a step forward, then another. The light shifted as if someone moved inside. I didn't knock. I didn't call out. I just reached for the handle. It turned easily. The room was larger than I expected. The walls were padded in stained vinyl. The air was warm, almost humid. 3 more candles burned on the floor in a loose triangle. In the center sat a folding chair. On it rested a metal bowl. Steam curled from it in slow spirals. Soup. The chair was angled toward the door, as if someone had been facing it, but the room was empty. I stepped inside, scanning the corners. No closet, no bathroom, just padded walls and a small vent near the ceiling. The others crowded into the doorway, their lights bouncing over the walls. The vent was too small for anyone to crawl through. One of the others whispered that we should go. that we had seen enough. I turned toward the door to agree. It slammed shut. The sound cracked through the room like a gunshot. The handle rattled as someone on the other side yanked it. At first I thought it was one of my friends messing around. Then I saw their faces through the small wired window. Shock, confusion. They were pulling at the handle from outside. The lock clicked. The sound was deliberate, mechanical, final. I lunged for the door and shoved. It didn't move. I felt the solid resistance of something engaged inside the frame. The others shouted my name. Their voices blurred together. I grabbed the handle and twisted until my palm hurt. Footsteps echoed in the hall beyond them. Slow, dragging, their shouting cut off. Through the small window, I saw them turn as one towards something I couldn't see. Their lights jerked in uneven arcs. One of them stumbled backward into the wall. Then the screaming started. It wasn't a word, not a sentence, just a raw, rising sound that didn't break for breath. It filled the hallway, scraped down the walls, pressed through the small window and into my skull. I pounded on the door, yelling for them, for anyone. The scream moved closer, then farther, then closer again, as if circling. The candles in the room flickered violently. Though there was no wind, I looked around for anything I could use. The folding chair, the metal bowl. I grabbed the chair and swung it at the door handle. The metal rang, but the lock held. Outside, feet pounded down the hall toward the stairs. My friends' voices returned, ragged and high, no longer shouting my name but each other's. The scream followed them. There was a crash, like someone hitting the stairwell door. Then the sound began descending. The scream stretched thinner as it went down, but it didn't fade completely. It echoed up the stairwell, a long thread of sound that seemed to vibrate in the walls. I hit the handle again and again until my arms shook. Then, as suddenly as it had locked, the mechanism inside the door shifted, a soft metallic slide. The handle turned in my hand. I yanked the door open. The hallway was empty. No candles burned out there. No overturned objects. Just the faint smell of something cooked and the echo of movement far below. I ran. Down the stairs, nearly missing a step, through the nurse's station. Past the common room, with the half-eaten sandwich and the steaming mug, which still sent up a thin ribbon of heat as if no time had passed. The front corridor felt longer on the way out. Shadows pulled in the corners. My lungs burned. At the service door, I saw the others spilling out into the night, tripping over the bent metal frame. One of them had blood on his forehead from where he'd hit something. Not a deep wound, just a split in the skin. I didn't look back until I was outside. In the second-floor window above the ward, a single candle burned. It hadn't been there before. We didn't stop running until we reached the road. No one spoke. We listened for footsteps behind us, for that scream cutting through the dark. There was nothing. Later, when we compared what we'd seen, the details didn't line up cleanly. One swore they'd seen a figure at the end of the hall, tall and thin, hair hanging forward. Another said there had been no figure at all, just the sound, like it was coming from the walls themselves. Someone else insisted the stairwell door had slammed on its own, that no one had touched it. I know what I heard. I know the door locked from the outside. The next day, in full daylight, I biked past the asylum alone. The service door we'd forced open was shut tight, the frame straight as if it had never been bent. The windows were dark. No smoke, no movement. I told myself there had to be a simple explanation. A caretaker, a squatter, who didn't want company. Old plumbing that made sounds like screams when pressure changed. But when the wind shifted, even in daylight I caught a faint trace of something warm on the air. Bread. Soup. A smell that didn't belong to an empty building. I haven't gone back inside. I still dream about that padded room sometimes. About the chair angled toward the door, waiting. About the soft metallic click that trapped me, and the softer one that set me free. And in those dreams, just before I wake, I hear the scream again. Not chasing me this time, but rising from somewhere deeper in the building, as if it never followed us out at all. remember the way the porch light hummed that evening, a thin electric buzz that settled into my nerves as soon as the sun went down. I had just finished rinsing the dinner plates and lining them up in the drying rack when the house grew too quiet in that familiar watchful way that only happens when you're responsible for someone else's children. The clock on the stove read 7:42 p.m. The parents had texted that they'd be home around 10. It was an ordinary Thursday in a tidy 2-story house at the end of a cul-de-sac, the kind of place where nothing dramatic is supposed to happen. I was 17 and proud of how seriously I took babysitting. It wasn't just pocket money to me. I kept emergency numbers saved, double-checked the door locks, and made a habit of noting small details where the first aid kit was, how the back gate latched, which stair creaked the loudest. That night I had 2 kids with me, Owen, who was 8 and obsessed with space documentaries, and Lily, who was 5 and still mispronounced spaghetti. They were in the living room building a lopsided blanket fort while I wiped down the kitchen counter. The first sound was so soft I almost missed it. The faint click of the front door closing. I froze with the damp sponge in my hand. I knew I had locked that door. I always did. I dried my hands slowly and stepped into the hallway where I could see the entryway. The porch light shone through the frosted glass panels beside the door, casting pale rectangles on the tile. The deadbolt was turned horizontally, unlocked. I told myself I must have forgotten. I walked forward and turned the bolt back into place, testing the handle twice to be sure. My reflection in the narrow mirror by the coat rack looked younger than I felt. I could hear Owen narrating some imaginary space mission from the living room, Lily giggling as the blankets collapsed. Then someone knocked. Not a loud pounding knock, just 3 measured taps. My heart started beating hard enough that I felt it in my throat. The parents hadn't said anyone would be coming by. No deliveries were scheduled. It was fully dark outside now. The street beyond the frosted glass was a blur of shadow and lawn. I approached the door but didn't open it. Through the small peephole, I saw a man standing on the porch. He looked to be in his late 30s or early 40s, wearing jeans and a gray jacket. He wasn't carrying anything. His posture was relaxed, almost casual. I called out through the door and asked who he was, and he answered that he was a friend of the kid's parents. He said he had stopped by to drop something off, and that they were expecting him. His voice was steady, not rushed, not slurred, just normal. I told him the parents weren't home. He responded that he knew that they had mentioned I'd be there, and that it would only take a minute. He suggested I open the door so he could leave the item inside. There was no package in his hands. I felt something shift inside me then, like a quiet alarm turning on. I asked what his name was. He gave me one I didn't recognize. The parents had mentioned neighbors and relatives before, but never him. I kept my hand firmly on the door, not unlocking it. From the living room, Owen called my name and asked who was at the door. I told him it was nothing and to stay where he was. The man outside adjusted his stance, glancing briefly toward the driveway as if checking whether anyone else was watching. He leaned slightly closer to the door and lowered his voice, saying he didn't want to stand out there all night and that the parents would vouch for him. That was when I decided to use the simplest test I could think of. If he was truly their friend, close enough to be trusted with a drop-in visit, he would know the kids' names. I asked him to tell me the children's names. There was a pause. Not long, just long enough. He cleared his throat and said lightly that he always mixed them up. I didn't respond. He tried again, offering a guess. He got Owen's name wrong, completely wrong. Then he hesitated before attempting Lily's, and that was wrong too. The quiet alarm inside me became something louder and colder. I stepped back from the door. I told him I couldn't let him in. His tone changed. Just a little. Still polite, but firmer. He said I was overreacting. He insisted he had known the family for years. He said the parents would be embarrassed if they knew I was treating him like a stranger. That was the point. He was a stranger. I told him I was calling the parents to confirm. There was another pause, heavier this time. Then he said that wasn't necessary. He suggested I open the door just a crack so he could explain. I didn't answer. I backed down the hallway toward the living room, keeping my eyes on the door. Through the peephole, I saw him still standing there. I walked quickly to the kids. Owen had crawled halfway out of the blanket fort, sensing something was wrong. Lily was clutching a stuffed rabbit. I told them as calmly as I could that we were going to play a quiet game in the upstairs bathroom. I said it was like a secret mission. They didn't argue. They must have heard something in my voice. I ushered them up the stairs, moving faster than I wanted to. The house felt suddenly exposed, every window a weak point. At the top of the stairs, I glanced down the hallway toward the front door. I couldn't see it from there, but I imagined the man still waiting. Inside the upstairs bathroom, I locked the door and slid the small laundry hamper in front of it for good measure. It wasn't much of a barricade, but it made me feel less helpless. I turned off the lights and sat on the cool tile floor with the kids, my back against the bathtub. Owen whispered that he heard footsteps downstairs. I held my finger to my lips. There was a sound then, not knocking this time. A faint rattle, like someone testing the doorknob. Once, then again. My breathing went shallow. I tried to keep it silent. The rattling stopped. Seconds stretched. I could hear the hum of the bathroom vent and Lily's uneven breaths. My phone felt slippery in my hand as I texted the parents. I wrote that someone was at the door claiming to be their friend, that he couldn't name the kids, that we were locked upstairs. The message showed as delivered but not read. Downstairs there was another noise, a heavier thud. It sounded like a shoulder hitting wood. Owen's eyes widened. Another thud. The door downstairs shook in its frame. I imagined the deadbolt straining. The house felt smaller with every impact. Then silence. Complete silence. I counted in my head without meaning to, just to mark time. After what felt like several minutes, I risked standing up and pressing my ear to the bathroom door. I couldn't hear anything below us. No footsteps. No voices. My phone buzzed in my hand, and I nearly dropped it. The mother had replied. She said they had not sent anyone over. She said they were leaving immediately and told me to call the police. I did. I kept my voice low and steady as I explained the situation, giving the address, describing the man, mentioning the attempted forced entry. The dispatcher told me officers were on the way. We stayed in that bathroom until we heard sirens in the distance. Even then, I didn't unlock the door until a uniformed officer announced himself, clearly from inside the house. He said they had secured the property and that the suspect was gone. When I finally stepped into the hallway, my legs felt unsteady. The front door downstairs had a splintered edge near the lock where it had been struck. The deadbolt had held. The porch light still hummed. The parents arrived shortly after, pale and shaken. The police took statements. They canvassed the neighborhood but didn't find the man. A neighbor later mentioned seeing someone walking quickly toward the main road. Around the time the siren started, I replayed the moment at the door over and over in my mind. The casual tone, the confidence. If I hadn't asked that simple question, if I had opened the door just a crack, the night might have unfolded differently. In the days that followed, the parents installed a camera system and reinforced the door frame. They thanked me more times than I could count. Owen told me I had acted like a real security guard. Lily drew a picture of the three of us in the bathroom with a big blue lock on the door. What stayed with me wasn't the thud of the door or the sound of the handle rattling. It was how ordinary the man had looked. No mask, no disguise, just a friendly expression and a reasonable story. Deception doesn't always announce itself with obvious danger. Sometimes it stands under a porch light and speaks calmly, waiting for you to doubt your instincts. I still babysit, though I'm even stricter now. I check the locks twice. I keep the kids close, and I never ignore that quiet alarm when something doesn't add up, because that night in a quiet house at the end of a normal street, one question about two small names was the only thing standing between us and whatever might have happened next. The first time I heard the noise above my ceiling, I was standing at the kitchen sink with my hands in dishwater, watching my reflection tremble in the dark window. It was late, past midnight. the kind of hour when the house settles into itself. The place is old, built in the 1940s. Narrow stairs, low attic, plaster walls that creak when the temperature shifts. I'd lived there alone for 6 years. I knew its language. I knew the difference between pipes ticking and wood cooling. This sound wasn't either. It was a dull, padded thud, followed by what felt like a cautious drag. I turned off the tap and listened. The refrigerator hummed. The baseboard heater clicked. Then nothing. I told myself it was a squirrel. That explanation lasted about a week. The noises came irregularly at first. A faint bump above the hallway. A soft shuffle over the guest bedroom. Once, a short scrape directly over my own room. Always at night, always when I'd just begun to fall asleep, I bought traps for rodents and set them in the attic. The access hatch is in the ceiling of the hallway, a square panel you push up with a broom handle. The first time I climbed up there with a flashlight, I found dust, insulation, old boxes from the previous owner, and nothing else. No droppings, no nests, no signs of animals. I left the traps anyway. They never caught anything. The next sign was small enough that I blamed myself. I keep a tight pantry, and I shop once a week. One Sunday morning, I opened a new loaf of bread and noticed 2 slices missing from the center. Not torn, removed cleanly. I stood there holding the bag, counting in my head, trying to remember if I'd made a sandwich and forgotten about it. I live alone. I don't forget making a sandwich. Still, I shrugged it off. Maybe the packaging had torn at the store. Maybe I'd grabbed it absent-mindedly the night before. Then my milk started disappearing. Not a lot, just enough that the level seemed lower than it should be. A cup gone here, a handful of cereal missing from the box, half a banana I was sure I hadn't eaten. I installed a new lock on the back door. I checked the windows twice before bed. I even changed my Wi-Fi password, as if that would fix anything physical. The shower was the thing that finally unsettled me. I came home from work one evening and went upstairs to change. The bathroom floor was damp, not soaked, just faintly wet, like steam had settled and cooled. I hadn't showered that morning. I'm certain of that. The mirror had a streak down the center, a line drawn through condensation that should not have been there. I stood in the doorway, staring at the fogged glass, and felt the first real crack in my rational explanations. I told myself it was humidity. Old houses breathe, pipes leak. My memory isn't perfect, but that night as I lay in bed, I heard footsteps, not scurrying, not scratching. Measured weight, heel, then toe, slow. They moved from one end of the ceiling to the other. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I stared at the dark fan blades above me and counted the space between each sound without meaning to. The steps stopped directly overhead. Silence settled. Heavy, expectant, then a faint creak, like someone shifting their weight. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight. The beam did nothing but paint a pale circle on the plaster. I told myself that if there were a person up there, I would have seen some sign before now. Some door ajar, some window broken. The attic hatch was still flush in the hallway ceiling when I checked it the next morning. I started documenting things. I took photos of the pantry before bed. I marked the milk jug with a pen at the level it sat. I closed my bedroom door at night and wedged a chair under the knob. Not because I believed someone was inside the house, but because I was tired of feeling foolish. The chair was untouched each morning. The food kept diminishing. One Saturday, I decided I was done guessing. It had been almost 3 months of small, creeping inconsistencies. The weather was cold and dry, the kind of night that makes wood snap as it contracts. I turned off every light in the house except the hallway. I sat in the living room in the dark and waited. The noise came around 1 a.m. A soft thud in the attic. Then another, closer to the hatch. I didn't give myself time to hesitate. I stepped into the hallway, grabbed the broom, and shoved the hatch upward. It resisted for a second, like something heavy rested on it. Then it shifted. Insulation rained down in a thin drift. I lifted myself up on the ladder I'd dragged from the garage earlier. and shone my flashlight into the low space. At first, I saw nothing but beams and pink insulation. Then I saw the depression, a long, shallow indentation in the insulation near the far wall, shaped like a body had been lying there repeatedly. There were empty plastic wrappers tucked into the corner between two joists. My wrappers, the brand of granola bars I buy every week, the air, smelled different, not animal, not mildew, human, sour and lived in. My throat tightened. I climbed fully into the attic, crouching because the roof sloped low. My flashlight beam shook as I scanned the perimeter. Near the back, where the ceiling dips into a crawl space above the bathroom, I noticed something out of place. Fabric. I moved closer and felt my pulse in my ears. Someone had pushed insulation aside and created a hollow against the outer wall. Inside that hollow was a pile of my clothes, t-shirts I hadn't seen in months, an old hoodie, a blanket from my linen closet. They'd been layered carefully, shaped into a crude mattress, a nest. There was a water bottle beside it, empty, a spoon, a small stack of folded paper towels. I stood there in my own attic, looking at a bed made from my belongings, and understood that the noises had never been animals. They had been footsteps. The missing food had never been a mistake. The shower had not run itself. Someone had been living above me. A board creaked behind me. I turned too fast and nearly lost my footing. At the far end of the attic, half in shadow, was a shape I hadn't seen before. A knee pulled tight to a chest, a hand gripping a beam. A man. He was thin, his hair matted against his forehead. His eyes reflected the flashlight in small, hard points. He didn't speak. He just watched me, as if I were the intruder. For a second, neither of us moved. Then he shifted, and the beam caught his face fully. I remember thinking how ordinary he looked. Not monstrous, not wild, just unwashed and exhausted. My mouth went dry. My first instinct was to climb down and run, but the ladder was behind him. He started crawling toward the hatch. I backed away until my shoulders hit the slanted roof. The space felt smaller with every inch he moved. My house felt smaller. My lungs pulled air that seemed too thin. "Get out," I managed, my voice barely steady. He didn't answer. He kept moving. I realized in that instant how vulnerable I was. Crouched in a tight space with a stranger who had been watching my routines for months. He knew when I left for work. He knew when I slept. He knew how long my showers lasted. He lunged for the ladder, everything compressed into quick, hard movements. I scrambled forward, grabbed the hatch edge, and dropped myself through without thinking. I hit the hallway floor hard enough to jar my teeth and rolled clear as the ladder tipped. The hatch slammed down above me. I didn't try to open it again. I ran for the front door, out into the cold night air, and dialed the police with shaking hands. My voice sounded distant as I gave the address. I kept my eyes on the roofline, half expecting him to appear at a window. The officers arrived within minutes. I stood on the lawn while they went inside, flashlights cutting through the dark rooms. One stayed with me, asking short, steady questions. I told him about the noises, the food, the shower, the nest. There was a heavy thump from inside the house. Then another. Short commands. Fast footsteps. It ended quickly. They brought him out in handcuffs, his head lowered against the glare of the porch light. He looked smaller outside, like the attic had expanded him somehow. He didn't fight. He didn't speak. One officer told me they found a small bag of his belongings hidden near the crawl space. Some clothes, a few toiletries, nothing else. No weapons. He'd been entering through a loose vent at the back of the house, slipping in when I was at work, climbing into the attic and staying there through the night. He had been showering when I wasn't home, taking just enough food that I might doubt myself, waiting until I slept before moving. The officer used a word I hadn't heard before. Frogging. Living secretly in someone else's home. They drove him away just before dawn. I didn't go back inside until the sun rose. The house looked the same from the outside. Brick faded by decades. Narrow windows, the small porch I'd repainted last spring. Ordinary. Inside, it felt rearranged by knowledge alone. Insulation dust still drifted in the hallway. The hatch hung slightly crooked where it had been forced open. I stood beneath it and imagined the weight of him above my ceiling. For all those months, the quiet listening, the measured steps. I cleaned the attic that afternoon. I wore gloves and threw away the makeshift bed, the wrappers, the bottle. I sealed the vent at the back of the house with metal mesh and screws. I installed motion lights along the yard and a camera in the hallway facing the hatch. The practical steps helped. They gave shape to something that had felt unreal. But at night, the house still settles. The beams still creak as the temperature drops. And sometimes, when I lie in bed and hear the old wood shift, my body reacts before my mind does. I picture the indentation in the insulation, the careful way my clothes had been folded into comfort, the shadow at the far end of the attic, drawing breath in the dark. There are no more missing slices of bread. The milk stays at the line I mark. The shower mirror remains clear when I come home. Still, when I walk down the hallway late at night, I glance up at the square outline in the ceiling and feel the memory of that resistance when I pushed it open, as if something had been resting there, waiting, just inches above my head. I first noticed Bob's car because it was parked crooked across two spaces at the edge of the lot, facing the doors like it was waiting for someone to come out. It was early evening in late fall, already dark by the time I shut down my computer. The office building's glass reflected the parking lot lights and the steady drizzle that had started around 4. I stood in the lobby long enough to let a small group of coworkers leave ahead of me. I had learned to do that. I scanned the lot through the glass before pushing the door open. Bob had been let go from our department 6 months earlier. Downsizing, they said. He had worked 2 cubicles down from me for 3 years. We had spoken about printers and deadlines and once about a new Thai place near the mall. That was the extent of it. After he left, he started emailing me from a personal account. At first, it was harmless. He wrote that he missed the team and asked how I was adjusting to the workload. Then he wrote that he had always felt a connection between us. Then he wrote that I didn't have to pretend anymore. I replied once, politely, to clarify that I wasn't interested and that there had never been anything between us. I kept it brief and neutral. That message seemed to harden something in him. He responded within minutes, telling me I didn't have to deny what we both knew. He said he understood why I had to keep it quiet at work. The emails turned into voicemails. The voicemails turned into long handwritten letters mailed to my apartment. He began to describe a relationship that had never happened. He wrote about conversations we'd supposedly had, glances across the break room, secret plans to leave our jobs and start over somewhere warmer. He referenced ordinary moments and reshaped them into proof. I went to the police station with a folder of printed emails and a thumb drive of saved messages. The officer at the desk flipped through the pages and asked if Bob had threatened me. I said no, not directly. He asked if he had touched me. I said no. He asked if I had ever dated him. I said no. He handed the folder back across the counter and said they would document it, but there wasn't much they could do unless he escalated. That word stuck with me. Escalated. As if what was happening wasn't already climbing. Over the next year, Bob began appearing in places I hadn't told anyone I would be. The grocery store near my apartment. The small coffee shop inside the shopping mall where I met a friend on Saturdays. He would stand at a distance and watch. If I changed aisles, he would drift the same direction. If I left a store, he would be waiting near the exit, pretending to scroll through his phone. Once, at the mall, he approached me near the escalators. He spoke in a low, urgent voice about how hard it was for him to pretend we weren't together. I told him clearly, in front of a family waiting for the elevator, that he needed to stop contacting me. He nodded like I had just told him something affectionate. Later that night, he left a voicemail thanking me for being brave enough to acknowledge our situation in public. I filed another report. A different officer this time. I explained that he believed we were in a relationship. I used the word obsession. The officer suggested I block his number and adjust my social media privacy settings. He said that sometimes people just needed time to move on. Time did not move him on. It seemed to deepen whatever he believed was happening. Bob was married. I learned that when a woman knocked on my apartment door one Saturday morning, she introduced herself as his wife. She looked exhausted in a way that went past sleep. She held a stack of printouts thicker than the one I had taken to the police. She said Bob had been telling her about me for years. He told her we were in love but forced to keep it hidden because of workplace policies. He told her I was afraid of commitment. He told her I was planning to leave my job and move closer to him. She had found letters in his desk addressed to me that I had never received. She asked me gently if there was anything she didn't know. I told her the truth, that I had never encouraged him, that I had asked him to stop, that I was scared. She nodded like she already knew. She said he refused to see a doctor. She said when she confronted him, he accused her of trying to sabotage his happiness. Before she left, she apologized to me. I remember that detail clearly. She apologized for something she didn't cause. Years passed like that. Not in a blur, but in a steady grind. I changed apartments twice. I switched phone numbers. I requested a different parking spot at work. Bob followed every change. He would show up at my new building within weeks. He would leave notes under my windshield wiper that referenced places I had been the day before. He never threatened me. He never used harsh language. He wrote as if we were already building a life together. I went back to the police every few months with updated documentation. The folder grew heavier. The officers changed. The response didn't. They suggested a restraining order. But when I consulted a lawyer, I was told the lack of explicit threats made it difficult. I felt like I was waiting for him to cross a line that no one could clearly define. 10 years after his first email, I transferred to a different branch of the company across town. I didn't tell anyone outside of HR. I parked in a garage instead of an open lot. For a few months, there was silence. No emails, no letters, no sightings at the mall. I started to breathe normally again. Then one Monday morning, as I stepped out of the elevator into the new office lobby, I saw him sitting on a bench near the reception desk. He looked older, thinner. His hair had gone gray at the temples. He stood when he saw me, like a husband greeting his wife at the airport. The receptionist glanced between us, uncertain. I turned around and walked straight back into the elevator. My hand shook so badly I pressed the wrong floor. I called building security from inside the stairwell and reported that a man who had been harassing me for years was in the lobby. Security escorted him outside. Through the glass doors, I watched him argue with them, gesturing toward the building as if I were inside waiting for him. The police arrived. I felt a flicker of relief I didn't trust. I went downstairs when an officer asked me to provide a statement. I stood a few feet away while Bob spoke to them. He looked calm. He pointed at me and said something I couldn't hear. The officer nodded politely, the same expression I had seen so many times before. Then everything tightened. Bob's voice rose. His movements became sharp and erratic. He stepped back toward the entrance. Security reached for him. There was a sudden commotion, a rush of bodies. Someone shouted for space. I froze. I remember the reflection of the glass doors vibrating with movement, and then he was on the ground. The lobby went silent in a way that felt unnatural, the kind of silence that absorbs sound instead of releasing it. Paramedics arrived within minutes, but I already knew from the stillness that whatever had just happened could not be undone. He had come to my new workplace after a decade of warnings, and he died there in front of the doors. In the days that followed, the police treated it as a tragic incident. They asked me to recount the history again. I handed over copies of reports that had been filed for years. One detective admitted, quietly, that he could see a pattern now. I asked him what that meant. He didn't answer directly. Bob's wife called me once more. Her voice was steady. She said she had tried to get him help. She said she had begged him to stop contacting me. She said she was sorry it ended where I worked. I told her I was sorry too, though I didn't know what that apology covered. The building replaced the glass doors within a week. The bench in the lobby disappeared. My company offered me a few days off and a short session with a counselor. Then everything returned to routine. I still work there, I still park in the garage. Sometimes when I walk through the lobby early in the morning, before most people arrive, I catch my reflection in the new glass and remember the way the old panes shook during that final surge of movement. I think about the years of reports, the folders passed across counters, the word escalated repeated like a rule. Nothing about what happened felt sudden to me. It felt like the last link in a chain that had been rattling for a decade, ignored because it never snapped loudly enough. Now when I step into the building at dusk and see the lights reflected on the polished floor, I always glance toward the spot where he fell, half expecting to see that crooked shadow waiting again. I realized the GPS was wrong when the guardrail disappeared. One moment I was following the blue line as it curved along the mountainside. The next my headlights were cutting across bare rock and scrub, where pavement should have been. I slowed to a crawl, tires crunching over gravel, and watched the map on my phone insist that I was exactly where I needed to be. The voice had been calm and certain all evening. Turn right, continue for 12 miles. You are on the fastest route. I travel alone a lot. It's part habit, part preference. I plan my own routes, pack light, and trust the tools that make long drives simple. That night I was crossing the state to reach a trailhead by morning. I had left the highway to avoid construction, and the app offered an alternate path that shaved off almost 40 minutes. It looked clean and direct on the screen. I didn't question it. The mountain road narrowed as I climbed. Pine trees crowded the shoulders. The air outside was thin and cold. When I cracked the window earlier to stay alert, I could smell sap and damp soil. By the time the pavement thinned to a strip barely wider than my car, it was close to midnight. There were no houses, no other headlights, no radio signal, just my engine and the quiet pressure in my ears from the elevation. When the guardrail vanished, I stopped. I shifted into park and leaned forward, hands tight on the steering wheel. The asphalt resumed 20 feet ahead, but the stretch beneath my car was patched with dirt and loose stones, as if someone had ripped up the surface and never finished the repair. My phone screen glowed in the dark cabin, the route line steady and unbroken, recalculating. It flashed once, then settled back on the same path. I considered turning around. The problem was the road. It was so narrow that I would have to reverse for a long distance before finding a spot wide enough to pivot. One wrong angle and I could scrape the side of the car against the rock wall on my left, or slip toward the slope on my right. The drop wasn't sheer, but it was steep enough to make my stomach tighten. I told myself it was just poor maintenance. Remote counties let roads decay. The app pulled from satellite data. Maybe it didn't reflect recent damage. I eased forward, tires sliding slightly before catching the pavement again. For the next few miles, the road smoothed out. My shoulders lowered. I even felt a flicker of embarrassment at how quickly I had panicked. I kept my speed modest, mindful of blind curves. The blue line on the screen continued to guide me deeper into the mountains. Then it told me to take a left onto an unmarked road. There was no sign, no reflective paint, just a dark break in the tree line and a strip of asphalt angling down into thicker forest. I drove past it at first, but the voice insisted, "Make a U-turn when possible." I didn't argue. I reversed slowly and aligned my car with the opening. The trees swallowed my headlights. The incline shifted downward, and the temperature gauge on my dashboard dipped a degree as if the air itself had changed. The descent felt wrong almost immediately. The pavement was intact, but there were no center lines, no markers, no maintenance. Branches brushed the sides of my car with a dry scraping sound. My phone's signal bars dropped to 0. After half a mile, I noticed something else. There were no intersecting roads, no driveways, no sign that anyone used this path. The app showed a straight shot for another 4 miles before reconnecting with a larger road that would lead back toward the highway. I tightened my grip on the wheel. 4 miles wasn't far. I could endure 4 miles. The forest opened abruptly into a clearing, and that's when I saw the car. It was parked sideways across the road, blocking both lanes. Its headlights were off. Its engine appeared dead. The vehicle itself was older, a dark sedan with dull paint that absorbed my beams rather than reflecting them. I braked hard enough that my seatbelt locked against my chest. For a second, I thought it might be a stalled driver, someone stranded, maybe needing help. The instinct to assist flickered through me before another detail snapped into place. There were no hazard lights, no attempt to move the car aside, and as my headlights fully illuminated the scene, I saw two shapes detach themselves from the shadows near the trees. They stepped into the light slowly, deliberately. Both wore dark clothing. Both had masks pulled tight over their faces, the kind with eye holes cut out. Their hands were down at their sides, but their posture was purposeful. They weren't surprised to see me. They had been waiting. My pulse thudded in my ears. The car doors were locked. I checked automatically, thumb hitting the switch again. The men approached from either side of the blocked road, angling toward the front of my vehicle. They were keeping distance for now, staying beyond the reach of my bumper. The GPS voice spoke again, absurdly calm. "You have arrived at your destination." That was the moment it became clear. This wasn't random. This wasn't a broken down car in the woods. I hadn't stumbled onto a problem. I had been guided here. The app screen flickered once, then went black. I didn't waste time trying to restart it. I threw the car into reverse and pressed the accelerator. The tires spun before gripping, and I shot backward down the narrow road, branches scraping louder as my speed increased. I didn't look in the rearview mirror at first. I focused on keeping the car centered between trees that seemed to lunge at me. After 50 yards, I glanced up. Headlights flared to life behind the blocking sedan. The engine of the other car roared. It had never been dead. They weren't chasing me yet. They were repositioning. I understood then that reversing 4 miles in panic was a mistake. They knew this road. They could intercept me from another angle, or simply follow at a controlled pace until I lost control. The road was too tight for mistakes. One skid into a ditch, and I would be boxed in. I stopped abruptly, breath coming fast. The forest felt closer than before, pressing in on the sides of the car. I shifted into drive. If they had hacked the app to send me here, they had planned the geometry. They had chosen a spot where turning around was difficult. They had placed the car in a clearing, wide enough to maneuver, but narrow enough to control. I drove forward again, slower this time, heart hammering but mind sharpening. The blocked road came back into view within seconds. The sedan was still across it. The two men had moved closer to the center. One raised an arm as if signaling me to stop. I didn't. I pressed the accelerator and aimed directly at the gap between the sedan's rear bumper and the tree line. It was narrow. I wasn't sure there was enough space. The men reacted instantly, stepping back toward the sides. I saw one of them reach into his jacket. There was no room for hesitation. I floored it. The impact was not head-on. I clipped the back corner of the blocking car at an angle, metal shrieking as my bumper tore against theirs. The jolt snapped my head forward, then back. My airbags did not deploy, but the smell of burnt rubber filled the cabin. For a split second, I thought the engine had stalled. It hadn't. I forced the steering wheel left, grinding along the sedan's side until my car burst free into the open stretch beyond. The masked figures scattered out of my headlights. One stumbled. I did not look back. I drove. The road ahead climbed sharply. My engine strained, but it held. I kept the pedal down, ignoring the grinding sound from the damaged front end. In the rearview mirror, I saw headlights flare again as the sedan turned to pursue. The chase lasted less than a minute, though it felt longer. The incline worked in my favor. My car was newer, stronger. On a straight stretch, I pulled ahead. The forest thinned, and the faint glow of a distant highway sign appeared between trees like a low star. I took the first wide turnout I found and swung the car around without stopping, angling back toward the main road instead of following the GPS route. The pursuing headlights overshot the turnout, forced to continue uphill before they could attempt to turn. That delay was enough. I reached the highway with my hands shaking so badly, I had to pull onto the shoulder. The damage to my car was obvious. The front right corner was crumpled, paint scraped down to bare metal. My bumper hung slightly askew. Steam hissed faintly from beneath the hood, but no warning lights flashed beyond the tire pressure alert. I called emergency services once I had signal. I described the location as best I could. The unmarked turn, the clearing. The dispatcher's tone shifted when I mentioned the app. She asked me to repeat that part. I did. Later, an officer told me there had been similar reports in neighboring counties. Drivers rerouted at night to isolated roads, staged obstructions, masked men. In some cases, the victims surrendered wallets and phones without resistance. In others, they weren't as lucky. He didn't say more than that. My phone was examined. There was evidence of malicious software layered over the navigation app, redirecting routes within a defined area. It mimicked the legitimate interface perfectly. If I hadn't noticed the missing guardrail, I might never have questioned it at all. I think about the sequence often, how calmly I obeyed each instruction, how I accepted the left turn without a sign because a digital voice told me to. I had prided myself on being a capable traveler, someone who prepared and stayed aware. Yet I handed over my judgment to a screen. The mountain road remains closed while investigators search the area. I've been told they found tire tracks and fragments of broken plastic, consistent with my car. The clearing is still there. The forest still presses close around it. Technology made the trap precise, but the method was old. Sometimes when I drive at night now, I turn the sound off on my phone and follow physical signs instead. I watch for guardrails, for painted lines, for the subtle details that screens flatten into icons. I keep both hands on the wheel and scan the shoulders when a road narrows unexpectedly, and when my headlights sweep across an empty stretch of asphalt. I remember the shape of that sideways sedan, and the way the map insisted I had arrived, the trees standing black and silent beyond my beams, as if they had been waiting all along. The first time I noticed him, I was comparing price tags on 2 packs of paper towels, like it was a decision that mattered. Afternoon light slanted through the front windows of the store, pale and flat, making the polished floor look almost wet. The place smelled like detergent and warm plastic. I had come in for 3 things, and was already trying to remember the third, mentally scolding myself for coming alone, when my instincts had been prickling all day for no reason I could name. I saw the yellow boots before I saw anything else. They were work boots, the kind meant for mud and gravel, but these were clean, almost bright. The color popped against the gray and white aisle like someone had spilled paint on the floor. A man was standing near the end cap where they stacked seasonal stuff, looking down at something in his hands. He wasn't close enough for me to see what he was holding, but he kept turning it over and over, not reading, not scanning, just moving it like a prop. The boot stayed planted. I made myself look away. That's what I always do first. I don't want to be the person who thinks every stranger is a threat. I'm young and I know how easy it is to be dismissed as dramatic. Wary is the word people use when they're trying to be polite about it. I call it listening to the part of me that doesn't need proof to notice patterns. I shifted my cart forward a few feet, pretending to be absorbed in the paper towels. When I glanced back, the boots were moving. Not fast, not rushed, a steady pace that matched mine without looking like it did. I rolled into the next aisle, where the cleaning sprays are lined up like a rainbow of chemical promises. I turned left on instinct, because my list was a blur and I was just wandering now. A few seconds later, the yellow boots appeared at the far end of that aisle too. Same distance, same casual posture. The man lifted his head like he'd just happened to arrive there. He scanned the shelves with his eyes, not his hands. I took a bottle of all-purpose cleaner off the shelf and held it long enough to look believable. My reflection floated in the curved plastic of the label, distorted and small. Over my shoulder, in the faint glare of the aisle lights, I could see movement at the end. I put the bottle back. I pushed my cart out and cut across to the next aisle. I didn't look behind me right away. I could feel the shape of attention anyway. The way you feel a door open in a quiet room without hearing it. When I did look, the boots were there again. turning the corner as if he'd anticipated the turn instead of reacting to it. That's when the thought landed clean and heavy in my stomach. He's following me. I stopped my cart beside a display of cheap storage bins. I pretended to check my phone, thumb sliding over a dark screen because I didn't even have it unlocked. My heart was making my fingertips clumsy. I wanted to tell myself it was coincidence. People shop, people move, but coincidence doesn't keep the same distance 3 times in a row. In the blank black mirror of my phone, I watched the aisle behind me. The man came into view and slowed. He didn't stop to look at anything. He stopped because I stopped. His face didn't have anything distinct I could grab onto. No beard or scar or bright eyes. Just ordinary. That made it worse. Ordinary means I couldn't build a story in my head where he was obviously harmless. Ordinary means he could melt into a crowd and no one would remember him. He glanced at the shelves like he was deciding between bins. His hands stayed empty. His yellow boots angled toward me. I pushed the cart again, forcing my movement to stay smooth. I didn't want to give him the satisfaction of seeing me panic. I took a long route, looping through home decor, even though I didn't need anything there. Pillows with slogans I hated. Faux plants with dust already collecting in the plastic leaves. A woman in a denim jacket passed me with a toddler in the seat of her cart. The kid clutching a stuffed animal by one ear. Normal life, normal afternoon. The boots stayed in my peripheral vision. I picked up a candle and sniffed it. Sugar cookie. I set it back down. I tried to angle my cart so I could see him more clearly without looking like I was looking. Every time I did, he was just far enough away to seem incidental. At the end of one aisle, I made a sharp turn into snacks, then immediately reversed and went back out like I'd forgotten something. It was the kind of move you do when you want to see if someone is trailing you. If he was just shopping, he'd keep going. He turned too. Not perfectly in sync. He hesitated half a beat. Then the yellow boots pivoted, and he came back the way he'd come, like I'd pulled him on a string. My mouth went dry. I could have gone to an employee. I could have asked someone to walk me to my car. I knew the rules. I knew the advice. But part of me was still trying to keep the whole thing small, manageable, private. If I said it out loud and it wasn't real, I'd feel stupid. If I said it out loud and it was real, then it would become real in a different way. Official, confronted. I kept moving, pretending my list mattered. By the time I'd looped past seasonal again, I realized I was headed toward the front, whether I wanted to or not. My cart held nothing. I couldn't stay inside forever. The checkout lanes were busy enough that the air felt warmer there, crowded with bodies and fluorescent light. The line for the self-checkout stretched past a rack of magazines. I drifted that way, hoping the density of people would break whatever thread he was holding. I didn't see the boots immediately. That almost made me feel better, and then worse, because it meant he'd either lost interest or gotten closer. I turned slightly and found him near the customer service counter. He wasn't waiting. He wasn't talking to anyone. He was standing as if he belonged there, shoulders loose, head angled toward the exit. He looked at the automatic doors like they were a screen, like he was watching for me to appear. My throat tightened. I should have gone straight to an employee then. I should have walked right up to the nearest person in a store vest and said, "I think someone is following me." Instead, I did the thing I always do when fear hits. I tried to handle it myself. I slid past the self-checkouts and kept walking toward the back, as if I'd remembered something important. I could feel eyes on me. The store seemed suddenly too bright, too open, full of angles and aisles that all led to the same exit. I ducked into the restroom hallway. The doors were tucked behind a display of gift cards, quiet compared to the main floor. I went into the women's room and locked myself in a stall, even though I didn't have to use it. The tiles were cold under my shoes. The air smelled like cheap soap and the sharp sting of disinfectant. I listened. Footsteps outside, the rubber squeak of carts, a child's voice whining. Then, in the short hall beyond the restroom door, a heavier step, a pause, another step. I held my breath without meaning to, and that was when I realized how fast my heart was going. It wasn't a panic attack. It was a body doing math with limited numbers. A few seconds later, the footsteps moved away. I waited longer than I needed to. I forced myself to breathe normally, to stop shaking my knee against the stall wall. When I finally came out, I washed my hands like I'd actually done something dirty. I looked at my own face in the mirror. My eyes were too wide. My lips were pressed into a line like I was about to say something, and had decided not to. In the hall, I paused with my hand on the door, listening again. Nothing that stood out. The store noise floated in, steady and indifferent. I stepped out and headed for the front with a new plan. Get to my car, lock the doors, leave. No lingering, no fumbling, no debating. When I reached the exit, the automatic doors hissed open, letting in a thin wash of outside air. The afternoon had shifted into that late-day brightness that makes everything feel exposed. The parking lot was full of sun and glare. Rows of cars shimmered at the edges, heat rising off the asphalt. I scanned for yellow boots, and for a moment, I didn't see him. Relief tried to bloom, fragile and hopeful. Then I saw movement near the edge of the lot, between two parked vehicles. The man stepped into full view, as if he'd been waiting for the right moment to be visible. The yellow boots flashed in the sun. He wasn't holding anything. No bag, no receipt, no reason to be there except that he was there. My car was in the middle row. I walked toward it anyway because stopping felt worse than moving. I kept my keys in my fist with the metal between my fingers like that would help. I'd seen girls do that in movies, and I'd always thought it looked ridiculous. In that moment, I didn't care how I looked. The man was behind me, closing the distance. And I reached my car and clicked the unlock button. The lights blinked. I opened the driver's door and slid in fast, pulling it shut with both hands. The locks clicked automatically. I sat there, breathing through a shadow fell across my window. Something hit the glass with a sharp, flat sound. I flinched so hard my seatbelt latch bit into my hip. I turned my head and saw his palm pressed against the window. Fingers splayed, leaving a faint print. He smacked it again, harder, like he was testing it. The noise echoed inside the small space of the car. Then he smiled. Not a friendly smile. Not even a cruel one. Just a smile that didn't match anything else on his face, like it belonged to someone watching a joke I couldn't hear. I stared at him, frozen between anger and terror. My hand found the gear shift. My foot shook on the brake. I wanted to honk, to scream, to make the whole parking lot look over. But there's a kind of fear that makes you quiet. It doesn't want attention, it wants escape. He lifted his hand and tapped the window once, gentle now like punctuation. Then he stepped back. I put the car in reverse, backing out too fast. I forced myself not to look at him again. If I looked, it felt like I would get trapped in his expression. I turned the wheel and headed for the exit of the lot, pulse pounding in my ears. In my rearview mirror, I saw a truck start up. It was parked a few spaces away, angled toward the lane, dark-colored, a little older, with a matte finish that swallowed light. I couldn't see the driver clearly. I didn't need to. It pulled out behind me. At the first stop sign, I signaled like I was supposed to, like I wasn't terrified. The truck stopped too. I turned right onto the main road. The truck turned right. My hands tightened on the steering wheel until my knuckles hurt. Okay, I told myself. This is still coincidence. People go the same way. People live nearby. You're not special. I changed lanes. The truck changed lanes. I took the next turn I wouldn't normally take, cutting through a neighborhood I didn't need to pass through. The truck stayed behind me, steady, not tailgating, not falling back, like it had all the time in the world. My mouth tasted like pennies. My heart was beating hard enough that I could feel it in my throat. I reached for my phone and fumbled it off the passenger seat, thumb slipping on the screen. I didn't call 911. I should have. Instead, I called my boyfriend because his name was already there, and he answered fast, and he felt like something solid. I told him I thought I was being followed. I told him where I was, what streets I was on, how there was a truck behind me that had come out of the store parking lot. He told me to keep driving, not to go straight home if I could help it, and to head toward our place anyway, because he was there. His voice was steady, but I could hear the shift underneath it, the way someone tries to sound calm when their own fear is rising. I drove like I had a destination, and like I didn't. I took turns that made no sense. I circled a block and came back out. The truck stayed with me through all of it, patient as a shadow. At one point, I looked in the rearview mirror, and the sun caught something in the windshield behind me. A brief flash. For a second I thought I saw the yellow boots again, but that was impossible. Boots don't show up through glass like that. Fear makes your eyes invent details. Still, the image stuck. I realized, with a cold clarity, that if I didn't shake him now, he would know where I lived. He already had too much control over my choices. Every turn I made was a question to him. Will you follow? Every time he did, he answered yes. My boyfriend told me to come straight in, to keep my doors locked, to pull into the driveway and honk if I had to. He said he'd be outside. The street toward my place is a residential stretch with parked cars on both sides and trees that lean over the road. In the afternoon, it's usually calm. Kids' bikes, a dog barking behind a fence. Today, it felt like a corridor. The truck was still there. I turned onto my street and felt my stomach drop. The houses slid past in a blur of familiar details. Mailboxes, porch lights, the crooked tree with the low branch. The truck turned onto my street too, as if it had been invited. My boyfriend was at the end of the driveway, standing in the open like he'd decided visibility mattered more than caution. He had his phone in his hand. His shoulders were tense, his feet planted. The sight of him made me want to cry from sheer relief. I pulled into the driveway too fast, tires crunching on gravel, and stopped close enough to the garage that I could almost touch it. I didn't get out right away. I sat for half a breath, staring forward, listening to the engine tick. The truck rolled past our house without slowing. For 1 second, I thought it would stop. I thought it would pull in behind me. My body braced, ready for a new sound, a new impact. It kept going. It reached the end of the street, and instead of turning, it continued straight, disappearing around the curve where the road dips behind a line of trees. My boyfriend came to my driver's side and opened the door. The air outside felt cooler, like the temperature had dropped just because I'd made it home. He asked if I was okay. I nodded too fast. I couldn't make my voice work. I looked down the street, expecting to see the truck again, expecting it to circle back like it had been doing all along. The road stayed empty. The trees moved slightly in a breeze I hadn't noticed before. Somewhere farther away, a lawn sprinkler clicked and hissed. We went inside and locked the door. I stood in the entryway, keys still in my hand, still clenched like I hadn't learned the lesson yet. My boyfriend watched the street from the window. He stayed there longer than he needed to, as if waiting for a shape to reappear. Later, when my breathing finally slowed, I tried to reconstruct it in my head the way you do when you want control over something that happened too fast. I tried to remember his face. I tried to remember the truck's license plate. I tried to remember anything solid enough to be useful. What I remembered best was the yellow boots moving at the end of each aisle, always arriving where I arrived, and the sound of his hand striking the glass of my car, and the smile that didn't need a reason. That night I parked in the garage instead of the driveway. I checked the windows twice. I kept the porch light on until morning, and every time a vehicle passed on the street outside, I held still and listened, waiting for a familiar engine note that never came, but still felt possible, like it had only turned the corner and decided to come back later. The first time I saw him, I was holding a flashlight in one hand and my phone in the other, standing barefoot on cold tile, because I'd heard a sound outside my daughter's window that didn't belong to the night. It was late enough that the street lights had thinned into their dimmer setting, that half-sleep time when a neighborhood looks like a model of itself. Our cul-de-sac was quiet, trimmed, familiar, the kind of place where you learn the patterns without trying. The porch light that always flickers, the garage that never quite shuts, the dog that barks at nothing at 2:13 a.m. I'd lived there long enough to know what normal sounded like, and what I'd just heard wasn't it. I moved slowly to the living room and killed the lamp with my elbow, so the windows wouldn't turn into mirrors. The glass by the sliding door showed the backyard in pale slices, fence line, the dark hump of our shed, the hedge that ran along the property line like a low wall. I didn't open the door. I didn't step outside. I just leaned close enough to put my breath on the pane and watched. Something shifted along the side yard. Not a cat, not wind and leaves. It had weight and intention. The motion stopped when my eyes found it, like it knew it had been seen. Then, just beyond the corner of the house, near the narrow strip of bushes that bordered the walkway to my daughter's room, a shape lowered into a crouch. For a second, my brain tried to be kind to me. It offered stupid options. A jogger cutting through, a neighbor's teenager, a raccoon standing up on hind legs. But the crouch was too human, too careful. The figure folded in on itself behind the shrubs as if the bushes were cover on a battlefield. I pressed my forehead to the glass. The flashlight beam from inside would have been obvious, so I didn't use it. I watched the bushes instead. Watched the leaves tremble in a small, steady pattern. Whoever it was wasn't running. He wasn't stumbling. He was staying. The bedroom window on that side of the house was my daughter's. The curtains were drawn, but her nightlight made a soft rectangle against the fabric. It was the only gentle thing in the yard. A child's light pushing back against all that dark. My thumb hovered over 911. I didn't want to be the person who called police because a shadow moved. I also didn't want to be the person who didn't call until it was too late. The conflict sat in my chest like a stone. I did the one thing that always comes before action when you're trying not to panic. I looked for details. The crouching shape had a hood up. I saw the edge of it when he lifted his head slightly, and the faint shine of something at his wrist when the nightlight caught it. A watch face maybe. He leaned forward, close to the siding, like he was listening through the wall. I took one silent step toward the kitchen, keeping my body low as if that mattered. I grabbed my keys from the hook without letting them clink. My hand shook so hard I had to close my fist around them. I came back to the window and dialed. When the dispatcher answered, I kept my voice low and even. I gave my address. I said there was a man crouched in the bushes near my child's bedroom window. I said I could see him from inside. I said he hadn't left. The dispatcher asked questions. I answered them as softly as I could, eyes locked on the bushes. The shape shifted once. The leaves parted and I caught a glimpse of a cheekbone, a pale curve, then the hood again. He was close enough that I could see the outline of his shoulders rise and fall with his breath. I didn't wake my daughter. I didn't go outside. I didn't do anything heroic. I stood there in the dark with the phone pressed to my ear, feeling my own heartbeat in my tongue. By the time the first patrol car rolled into our street, the man was already moving. He slid backward from the bushes like he'd practiced it, as if disappearing was part of the plan. He stayed low, hugging the hedge line, drifting toward the gap between my fence and the neighbor's garage. A flashlight beam swept across the side yard, bright and white, and the shape flattened. Another beam found the bushes where he'd been, then tracked along the hedge. I watched the light search and miss by inches, watched it slide over leaves that were still shaking from his body. The officers walked the perimeter, checked gates, shone lights into the corners where shadows collect. They knocked on my door, and I opened it just enough to speak to them with the chain latched. My voice sounded too loud in the quiet. They asked what I saw. I described the hood, the crouch, the location. I pointed through the glass toward my daughter's window. One officer's face tightened in a way that told me he'd imagined the same thing I couldn't let myself imagine. They searched for 20 minutes. They didn't find him. When the officers left, they told me to keep my porch light on, to call again if anything happened, to check that all my windows were locked. It was practical advice. It didn't touch the feeling that a stranger had been close enough to hear my daughter breathe. That was the start of it. After that night, I became the kind of resident I'd quietly judged before, the one who notices everything. I walked the block more. I watched from my windows longer. I got motion lights and set them up so the side yard would flare bright if anyone stepped into it. I trimmed the bushes down until they were too thin to hide a cat. For a while, nothing happened. A week passed. Then 2. The fear eased in that slow, embarrassed way fear does when it doesn't get fed. I told myself it had been a drunk, a thief who thought the side yard was a shortcut, someone who panicked when they realized a house was awake. Then I started noticing a car. It wasn't a suspicious car in the obvious way. It wasn't tinted or loud. It was ordinary, which made it worse. A dull-colored sedan that would fit in any driveway on any street. It would sit at the end of the block for 10 minutes, then roll forward, slow enough to feel like a crawl. Sometimes it would turn off and circle back. Sometimes it would idle across from the abandoned house on the corner lot, the one that had been empty since the fire the year before, the one with the sagging porch step and the weeds that were winning. That house was a sore spot in our neighborhood. We'd all complained about it, and then we'd all gotten used to it the way people get used to anything that doesn't actively hurt them. No lights, no cars in the driveway, no movement behind the blinds, just a structure that looked like it was holding its breath. One afternoon, I saw someone on that porch. I was bringing groceries in when I caught movement in my peripheral vision. A man stood in the doorway of the abandoned house, half in shadow, half in sun. He wasn't dressed like a worker. No tool belt, no clipboard. He watched the street with his hands in his pockets, not doing anything except looking like he belonged there. When I met his gaze, he didn't flinch. He lifted his chin in a small, almost polite nod, then stepped back inside. I stood with a bag of apples cutting into my fingers, staring at the empty doorway. The air smelled like cut grass and hot pavement. Everything else looked normal. That's what made my stomach drop. The normalcy felt like camouflage. I called the non-emergency line. I told them someone was entering the abandoned house. I told them it had been vacant, that neighbors were concerned. The woman on the phone sounded patient in the way people sound when they've heard it all. But she took the information. She asked for a description. I gave it. I said the man seemed to know the place. Over the next month, the sightings continued like a slow drip. Sometimes the man appeared on the porch at dusk, when the sky was the color of bruised peaches. Sometimes early in the morning, when everyone else was headed to work and the street was briefly empty. Always the same pattern. He arrived, checked the street, went inside. He never carried groceries, never brought furniture, never looked like he was moving in, and the sedan came more often too. It would stop near my house sometimes, the driver's side facing my driveway, as if the driver liked the view. I started keeping a notebook by the window, because my memory was suddenly unreliable. Dates, times, plate numbers when I could catch them. The kind of record keeping that makes you feel both safer and crazier. My spouse told me I was doing too much. Not in a cruel way, just in that tired way people get when anxiety starts to take up space in the room. But I couldn't shrug it off. Not after the bushes by my daughter's window. Not after the hood and the crouch and the way the man had listened to our house like it was a safe he meant to open. One evening, just after sunset, I saw the man again, closer than before. I was watering the front planters when I noticed him walking along the sidewalk on the opposite side of the street. He moved like someone who knew where he was going. He didn't glance at houses the way a lost person would. He looked straight ahead, then straight at my home as he passed. As he drew even with my driveway, he slowed. His eyes flicked to the garage, to the side gate, to the windows. He wasn't admiring the landscaping. He was taking inventory. He didn't look like a teenager. He didn't look like someone harmless. His face was lean, a little too pale, and his mouth held a line of concentration. When he reached the abandoned house, he walked up the porch steps and opened the front door like it was his. That's when the detail clicked in my mind. The one I'd heard from a neighbor months earlier and filed away without importance. The abandoned house had belonged to a man who'd lost it in foreclosure. He'd fought the sale. He'd shown up after the lock change. He'd yelled on the porch until police asked him to leave. Eventually the place had gone silent and the bank signs had come down. And then the fire happened and then the house sat empty. A former homeowner. He kept coming back. I called again. This time I asked if an officer could do a drive-by at night. When the sedan showed up, when the porch was active. I tried to sound reasonable. Tried to keep emotion out of it. I said I had concerns about someone occupying the abandoned house. I said I'd seen the same individual repeatedly. I said I'd already reported a man crouching by my child's bedroom window weeks earlier. The dispatcher's tone sharpened at that last detail. She said they'd make a note. A week later, something happened that removed all room for doubt. It was a Thursday, cold enough that the air had a metallic bite. I was upstairs folding laundry when a motion light on the side of the house snapped on. The sudden brightness painted the hallway walls through the blinds. I dropped the towel in my hands and moved toward the window without thinking. From that angle, I could see the side gate and part of the backyard. The bushes near my daughter's room were smaller now, trimmed back, but they still lined the walkway. A figure stood there anyway, in the blunt light, hunched slightly as if bracing against being seen. Hood up, hands close to the body, the same careful posture. He wasn't crouching this time. He was at the window, his face turned toward the glass, and for a moment I could see it clearly. The hard focus, the set jaw, the way his eyes moved along the frame like he was checking for weaknesses. Then his hand lifted and tested the window. A small press, not forceful yet, like trying a door handle in a parking lot. My mouth went dry so fast it felt like a trick. I didn't shout. I didn't move to the stairs. I picked up my phone and called 911 with hands that no longer shook. They felt steady in a terrifying way, like my body had decided this was the moment it had been preparing for. I spoke quickly. I gave the address. I said there was a man actively trying my child's window. I said the motion light was on, and I could see him. I said he was still there. As I talked, the man stepped back from the window and looked toward the street. The patrol cars must have been close enough to hear, or he'd heard something else, radio chatter, the faint, distant rise of tires on asphalt. He moved toward the side gate, but this time he didn't melt into shadow. The light held him like a hand. A car door slammed outside. Then another. Flashlights cut through the yard like knives. The man froze, then ran. He didn't run blindly. He ran toward the abandoned house on the corner, toward the place he'd been using like a base. He vaulted the low fence at the edge of our yard with a practiced motion, landed hard, and disappeared beyond my sight line. I heard officers shouting outside, short commands, the kind meant to be obeyed. I stayed at the upstairs window, phone still at my ear, watching the beams of light converge toward the corner lot. The next few minutes came in sharp images. Instead of a smooth story, an officer sprinting across my neighbor's lawn, a flashlight beam wobbling as someone ran. The abandoned house lit up as if it were on stage. The front door swung inward, then slammed. A side window flashed bright as a light swept past it. The porch creaked with hurried steps. Then, for a brief second, the man appeared in the front window of the abandoned house, framed by broken blinds. He looked out at the street, eyes wide now, no longer calculating. He looked like a trapped animal making choices too fast. He vanished again. I heard a crash from inside that house. Something heavy knocked over. An officer's voice rose, urgent. Then the sounds tightened into something smaller. Footsteps, a scuffle, the dull thud of bodies meeting floor. When it was over, the neighborhood was full of light and engines, and the hum of adrenaline. Red and blue strobed across the siding of my home, across the trimmed bushes, across my daughter's curtained window. I didn't go outside until an officer knocked and asked me to come to the front door. I walked downstairs on legs that felt like borrowed parts. I opened the door to a scene that looked unreal in its clarity. Officers clustered near the sidewalk. The abandoned house swarmed. A man in a hooded sweatshirt sitting on the curb with his hands behind his back. His hood had fallen back. Under the streetlight, I recognized his face from the porch, from the sidewalk, from the brief, clear moment at my daughter's window. The pale skin, the lean cheeks, the mouth that always looked like it was holding something in. An officer spoke to me in a low voice and explained what they'd found. The man had been living inside the abandoned house, not visiting, living, sleeping on a stained mattress on the floor, eating canned food, watching the neighborhood through gaps in the blinds. He'd had a bag with gloves and a crowbar and a notebook with addresses written down. He'd told them he used to own that house and he wasn't leaving, and that he'd been planning to hit nearby homes when people were gone. He'd been watching routines, counting on people being polite, counting on them not wanting to overreact. My stomach turned, not from gore or spectacle, but from the plainness of it. The crime wasn't exotic. It was domestic and simple and close. They asked if I'd be willing to give a statement about what I'd seen over the last months. I said yes. I told them about the sedan, the porch, the repeated entries. I told them about the first night in the bushes and the second night at the window. I told them about the way he'd looked at my home like a list. When the officer wrote, his pen scratched steadily across paper, the sound oddly comforting. A record, a line in ink that meant this had happened, and wasn't just a private terror in my head. The man on the curb kept his eyes down, but once as an officer lifted him to his feet, he glanced up and his gaze swept across the row of houses. Not angry, not pleading, just assessing, as if the neighborhood were still his, as if the boundaries were merely suggestions he hadn't agreed to. Then they led him to the patrol car, and the door shut with a final absolute clack. After the police left, the street fell quiet again in the way it always had, except I could feel the quiet differently now. It wasn't peaceful, it was just empty, and emptiness can be filled by anyone with enough patience. In the days that followed, neighbors came by with concerned faces and two bright voices. They asked what happened. They said they'd seen lights, heard sirens, wondered if it was a fire. I kept my answers short. The details didn't feel like gossip. They felt like fingerprints. The abandoned house was boarded up within a week. Fresh plywood over windows, a new chain on the door, a sign posted by the city. It looked safer, but it also looked like a reminder, like a bandage that doesn't erase the wound. At night, I still check the side yard before I go to bed. I still look at the bushes, even trimmed down, even exposed. My motion light still snaps on sometimes when a moth hits it or a cat slips by. And my body still reacts before my mind can catch up. I don't tell my daughter why I'm so strict about locking windows. I don't tell her that someone once crouched near her room in the dark, listening, waiting, believing our home could be entered the way a former life can be revisited. What I carry now isn't a ghost story. It's something uglier because it's real. It's the knowledge that a person can live a few doors away in a house everyone stopped thinking about, can watch you for months without you noticing, can test the boundary between public street and private life with a hand on a window frame. And sometimes, when the neighborhood is quiet enough that I can hear the refrigerator click on and the distant rush of traffic beyond the subdivision, I picture that hooded figure in the bushes again, perfectly still, hidden in plain landscaping, close enough to touch the siding. I picture the weak rectangle of my daughter's nightlight on the curtains, the only soft thing in the yard, and I remember how the leaves trembled where he breathed. Then I walk to the window, press my palm against the glass and look out at the trimmed bushes and the boarded-up house on the corner, and I let my eyes move over every shadow until my chest loosens, just a little, because tonight the yard is empty, and the emptiness holds. The first time I realized our landlord wasn't just difficult. I was standing in the narrow hallway outside our unit, with a grocery bag cutting into my fingers, listening to the deadbolt on the front door of the building rattle like someone was testing it. The corridor smelled like old fryer grease and bleach. The light above our door flickered in a steady, exhausted pulse, turning the peeling paint the color of bruised milk. My boyfriend Mason was behind me with a sack of laundry, and I remember thinking how quiet the building got right before something went wrong, like the air itself was holding its breath. We'd moved into that flat because it was what we could afford. High crime area was what the listing called it, like crime was a weather pattern. It was a two-room place on the second floor of a low, tired building, wedged between a payday loan shop and a closed-down diner. The windows had been painted shut at some point, and the radiators clanged all night like pipes arguing in the walls. But it had a door that locked, and it was ours, at least on paper. The landlord, Roy, lived in the unit below us. He made a show of being present. He'd be in the stairwell when we brought groceries in. He'd be leaning against his truck when we left for work. He'd be sweeping the same patch of sidewalk when we came home. At first, I told myself it was normal, that he was attentive, that maybe he'd been burned by bad tenants, but the way his eyes stayed on us was different. It wasn't curiosity, it was inventory. The hostility didn't start with shouting or threats. It started with small denials. Our mailbox didn't have room for our names, so our letters went missing. The back gate stuck, so he chained it. Our maintenance request didn't get answered until we asked in writing. When Mason and I went down to talk to him face to face, Roy would smile without warmth and speak like he was doing us a favor by letting us breathe his air. There were things he'd say that didn't have to be said. Comments about where we were from, even though we'd lived in the same city our whole lives. Little digs about Mason's job, questions about why we had 2 cars. Once in the stairwell, he muttered that he didn't like our kind in his building. He didn't use a slur. Not that time. But he didn't have to. I could hear the shape of what he meant in the way he said it. We were vulnerable in the way tenants can be vulnerable without realizing it. We didn't have savings to jump somewhere else. We didn't have family in town with a spare room. We had jobs with schedules that didn't leave room for crisis. We kept our heads down and tried to make ourselves small. I cleaned the counters until they shone, as if cleanliness could be proof. Mason started parking farther away so Roy wouldn't know which car was ours. We stopped asking for repairs and started patching things ourselves. We tried to become the kind of tenants no one notices. Roy noticed anyway. It was late afternoon when he first touched me. I was coming down the stairs with a small box of trash bags and a bag of cat litter. The stairwell was narrow enough that you had to turn your shoulders to pass someone. Roy was coming up, and he stopped mid-step, right in the pinch point where the stairs met the landing. He didn't move to the side. He didn't say excuse me. He just held his body in place like he owned the space between floors. I tried to slip by. I angled myself toward the wall, feeling the rough paint scrape my sleeve. Roy shifted, quick and deliberate, and something sharp drove into my leg. For a fraction of a second, my brain refused to label it. It didn't feel like a punch. It didn't feel like a scrape. It was a sudden, focused pressure that turned into fire as soon as I inhaled. I looked down and saw the handle of a screwdriver in Roy's fist, the shaft buried in the soft part of my calf. The pain made the stairwell tilt. I made a sound I didn't recognize. Something torn out of me. My hands jerked, the bags falling, cat litter bursting like gray sand across the steps. Roy's face didn't change. He looked almost bored, like he'd been waiting to see if I'd flinch. I stumbled backward, catching myself on the railing, and he pulled the screwdriver out with a small twist, like he was removing it from wood. He didn't chase me. He didn't lunge. He just stepped past me, brushing my shoulder hard enough to make me hit the wall. Then he kept climbing, the screwdriver hanging at his side like a tool he'd used for its purpose. Mason heard me from inside the unit and yanked the door open. He took one look at my leg and went pale. There wasn't a lot of blood, not the way movies show it, but my jeans were darkening fast and the pain had a pulse all its own. We called the police. Saying it out loud made it real in a new way. Our landlord stabbed me, I told the dispatcher, and my voice sounded like it belonged to someone else. I sat on the kitchen floor with my legs stretched out, a towel pressed against it, while Mason stood by the window watching for Roy like a guard who didn't have a weapon. 2 officers came. They were polite. They took notes. They asked how long we'd lived there. They asked if there were any witnesses. They asked if I wanted an ambulance. When Mason said we wanted to press charges, one of the officers made a face that was almost sympathy and almost exhaustion. They went downstairs to talk to Roy, and when they came back, their posture had changed. The taller one said Roy claimed it was an accident. He said Roy insisted I ran into him, that he'd been carrying tools. The officer looked at my leg, at the neat puncture, at the swelling already building around it, and he didn't argue with me when I said that was impossible. But he also didn't promise anything. They gave us a case number. They told us to document everything. They told us we could seek a protective order. They left. That night, Roy played music loud enough to make our cups tremble in the cabinet. The bass traveled up through the floor like a heartbeat that wasn't ours. Mason tried to sleep on the couch so he could hear the door better. I lay awake, staring at the ceiling, my leg throbbing, listening to the building settle and creak like it was taking sides. Over the next weeks, Roy escalated in the way people do when they realize they've crossed a line and no one stopped them. He started pounding on our door at odd hours. When we didn't answer, he'd slide notes under it that were half instructions and half insults. He'd accuse us of things that didn't make sense. Noise complaints when we'd been at work, trash violations when our bins were empty. He'd tell other tenants we were trouble. I could feel eyes on us in the hallway. Doors clicked shut when we walked by. I tried to move through our life like a person who wasn't afraid. I went to work, I bought groceries, I smiled at neighbors, but fear doesn't stay contained. It leaked into everything. I started keeping my phone charged like it was oxygen. Mason stopped wearing earbuds outside. We both began flinching at footsteps on the stairs. The second time Roy tried to hurt us, it was cleaner, quieter, and somehow worse. It happened on a Saturday morning. The sun was out, bright and sharp, and the parking lot smelled like hot asphalt even though it was still early. Mason and I were bringing in groceries. My leg was mostly healed, a purple scar that tugged when I walked too fast. Roy was on the first floor landing when we entered, leaning against the wall like he'd been waiting for us. He greeted Mason by name, which made my stomach drop because we'd never given it to him. He said he'd been thinking about clearing the air. His voice was calm in a way that felt practiced. Mason kept his body between Roy and me as we climbed. Roy followed, one step behind, talking in a low tone about rules and respect. Mason didn't answer. I remember the plastic grocery bag handles biting into my fingers, the smell of oranges and bread. At our door, Mason fumbled with the keys because his hands were full. Roy stepped closer, and I saw something in his right hand, small, metallic, catching the light, a syringe. My brain latched onto it with a cold clarity. I didn't wait for him to explain. I dropped the bags. Cans rolled across the landing. I grabbed Mason's arm and yanked him backward, away from the lock. Roy moved fast. The syringe came forward, aimed at Mason's side, like Roy was trying to slip it in under a rib. Mason twisted, and the needle scraped his jacket instead of going into him. I screamed for help. Not words, just sound. Mason shoved Roy hard. Roy stumbled, but didn't fall, and his face changed for the first time. His calm breaking into something like anger, something stripped and ugly. We didn't stick around to see what he'd do next. Mason dragged me inside and slammed the door. He threw the deadbolt, then shoved a chair under the knob like that would matter. I was shaking so hard my teeth clicked. We called the police again. When the dispatcher asked what happened, I told her the truth. Our landlord had tried to inject one of us with something and we didn't know what it was. I didn't say lethal dose, but the fear inside me translated it anyway. A syringe doesn't show up in a stairwell for anything good. The officers came faster this time. They asked to see the syringe. We didn't have it. Roy had it. They asked if we had video. We didn't. The building had no cameras. They asked if anyone else saw it. No one opened their door. The hallway stayed silent, except for my breathing, and the faint buzz of the flickering light. They went downstairs again. They came back with the same tired faces. Roy said it was insulin. He said Mason attacked him. He said we were trying to get out of our lease. He held up a little case with medical supplies like proof. One officer told us to consider staying with family for a few nights. Another mentioned the protective order again, as if paperwork could stop a man with a screwdriver and a syringe. The case number got longer. Our sleep got shorter. After that, Mason and I started living in sections of time. From the moment we locked the door at night until we unlocked it in the morning, we listened. We learned which sounds belonged to the building and which didn't. The radiator's angry clank, the pipe's hiss, the neighbor's TV muffled through the wall, Roy's footsteps on the stairs, heavier than anyone else's, pausing at our landing a little too long. We kept a bag packed by the door. IDs, cash, a spare phone charger, my prescription bottle. It felt dramatic, like something people do in disaster movies. But the building already felt like a disaster waiting for a cue. Months passed like that. The harassment didn't stop. It just shifted. Roy filed notices for nonsense reasons. He threatened eviction. He told us we were not welcome. He told us we were bringing problems. He made the building a place where every day felt like a test of endurance. The final escalation came on a night when the air was cold and the street outside was loud with distant sirens, the kind you stop noticing until you really need them. Mason and I were in the living room, lights low, trying to pretend we were normal people watching a show. I wasn't really watching. I was listening for the stairwell. Our cat was curled on the armchair, one ear twitching in sleep. Then the first udar hit the door. Hit the door. Not a knock. Not a pound. A heavy impact like a boot. The frame shuddered. Dust shook loose from the top edge and drifted down in a thin line. Mason stood so fast the coffee table rattled. He didn't ask me what to do. We'd already decided, without saying it, that if the door ever came down, we weren't staying inside to find out what came through. The second udar split the deadbolt area with a crack like breaking wood. The third udar made the door swing inward on a broken hinge. There were men in the hallway, more than one, faces partly hidden under caps and hoods. One of them held something long and dark, angled across his chest. Another had a metal bar. Behind them, in the gap between bodies, I saw Roy on the stairs, his face pale in the flickering light, watching like he'd paid for a show. Mason grabbed my wrist. We didn't run toward the hallway. We ran toward the window. Our living room window had always been painted shut, but Mason had worked at it weeks earlier, loosening it with a flat tool, telling me it was just in case. That work saved us. He shoved it up with a grunt, the paint breaking with a dry snap. The men surged into the apartment. The long, dark shape swung toward us. Mason pushed the window higher, then lifted me by the waist in a motion that felt both desperate and practiced. I crawled out onto the narrow exterior ledge, my palms scraping against cold brick. The drop to the ground wasn't small. We were on the second floor, above the parking lot. The ledge was barely wide enough for my feet. The night air hit my face like a slap, clean and sharp. I could hear the men inside, the heavy thud of their boots on our floor, the harsh sound of something being knocked over. Mason climbed out behind me, his body blocking the window for a second. Then he swung his legs out and hung for a heartbeat by his hands. He let go and landed hard, knees bending, one hand slapping the pavement to steady himself. He looked up at me, eyes wide. "Jump," he said. The only clear word either of us spoke in that moment. I didn't let myself think. I climbed down as far as I could, hanging by my hands, arms shaking, and dropped. The impact jolted up through my ankles into my spine. Pain flashed white. I stayed upright by sheer stubbornness, and Mason's hands, which caught my elbows and pulled me away from the building. We ran across the parking lot, past the shadow of Roy's truck, toward the streetlights. Behind us, our unit's window was still open like a mouth. I expected someone to lean out and aim something at our backs. I expected the crack of a shot. It didn't happen. Maybe they hadn't planned on the window. Maybe they didn't care if we got away as long as we understood we could be reached. We got to the corner before we stopped. My lungs burned. My hands were shaking so hard I could barely hold my phone. Mason called 911 while I watched the building from a distance, watching the dark square of our window, waiting for movement. Police cars arrived with their lights washing the street in red and blue. Officers went in. They came out. They asked us what happened. We told them. Armed men had kicked in our door and we'd escaped through a window. We told them Roy was involved. We pointed to him when he appeared on the sidewalk, suddenly calm again, hands in his pockets, acting like he'd just come out to see what the noise was. Roy denied everything. He said he'd been asleep. He said he didn't know those men. He said we were hysterical. The police took statements, looked at the splintered door frame, walked through our torn-up living room. They asked if anything was missing. I wanted to laugh at the idea that theft was the point. The point was fear. The point was control. That night ended with us sitting in the back of a patrol car for warmth, wrapped in thin blankets someone found, waiting while officers did what they could with what they had. Our cat was still inside. That fact sat in my chest like a stone. An officer eventually brought her out in a carrier. Her eyes huge, her body pressed into the back corner like she wanted to disappear. By morning, we were done. We didn't have a perfect plan. We didn't have a new place lined up. We had a friend who let us sleep on a couch, and a list of apartments we could maybe afford. We took what we could from the unit in daylight, with other people present, making trips like thieves in our own life. We left behind furniture, dishes, anything heavy, anything that could tie us to that building for one more hour. The last thing I did before we drove away was stand on the sidewalk and look up at our window. The paint-chipped frame was still scarred where it had been forced open. The broken door was visible through the glass like a dark shape leaning inward. The building looked the same as it always had, tired and different, packed with other people trying to survive their own versions of it. Roy stood near his truck, watching us load the final box. He didn't wave. He didn't speak. He didn't need to. He'd already said everything he wanted to say with a screwdriver, with a syringe, with strangers who kicked our door in and drove us through a window. We relocated because that was the only move left. The police report stayed in a folder. The scar on my leg faded into a pale line that still tightens when the weather turns. Sometimes when I lock a door at night, I still hear that first udar, the crack of wood giving way, and I see the open window waiting like an exit we didn't know we'd need. The new place has working locks, and neighbors who don't look away when you speak, but I still keep a bag by the door, and I still wake up when footsteps pause outside, because part of me never left that second floor landing, where I learned how quickly a home can become a trap. The first thing I noticed was the silence in the refrigerator. It was the kind of quiet that doesn't feel like peace. The kitchen clock still showed the right time, but its second hand had stopped halfway between numbers, like it had given up mid-step. The air in the house had a stale warmth to it, and every room seemed dimmer than it should have been for early afternoon. Outside, the whole neighborhood looked paused. Garage doors sat halfway open. People stood in driveways with their phones held out like little compasses that couldn't find north. My dad was in the back room on a work call when the power cut. He had taken it anyway because that's what he does. Even when the Wi-Fi drops and the ceiling fan quits and the house starts to feel like a sealed box. I was 16 and home because school had released early. When the outage spread across our part of the county, they'd said it might be a regional issue, which is the kind of phrase that sounds like someone else's problem until you're staring at your dead phone charger. I was the kind of kid who wanted to be helpful and hated being in the way, which meant I hovered near the windows and tried to anticipate what adults would need before they asked for it. I filled a couple pitchers with tap water. I opened curtains. I checked the pantry for batteries we probably didn't have. The street was quiet in a watchful way, not a calm way. No hum of air conditioners, no distant lawnmower, no faint music from a neighbor's open windows, just the occasional car rolling by slow, and the restless sound of people talking outside in little clusters. When a white van turned onto our street, it didn't look out of place. That was the problem. It had a ladder rack on top and a few scuffs along the side panels, like it had earned them. The driver didn't floor it or creep. He drove like someone who belonged. He parked at the curb in front of our house, not blocking the driveway, like he knew the rules. Two men got out. Both wore jeans and work boots. One had a high-visibility vest over a gray hoodie. The other wore a navy jacket and a baseball cap pulled low. From the window they had that generic working man look you see at the hardware store, the kind you don't interrogate because it feels rude to do so. I told myself they were probably checking lines, or maybe confirming something at the meter. People online were already blaming squirrels and lightning and old infrastructure. It could be any of it. The man in the vest walked up our front path and knocked, firm but not aggressive. The other one stayed back near the van, looking down the street like he was scanning for something. I hesitated for a second, hand on the doorknob. My dad had told me 100 times not to open the door to strangers, but my dad also worked a lot and expected me to take care of things when he couldn't. And these weren't strangers. I told myself, not really. They were workers. The vest meant safe, in the same automatic way a badge does. I cracked the door, keeping the chain on out of habit. The man in the vest smiled in a way that showed nothing. "Afternoon," he said. "We're with the utility. We're checking a few houses on this block because of the outage. We need to take a quick look inside at the breaker panel. Won't take a minute." His voice was relaxed, practiced. He wasn't sweaty. His vest was clean. I looked past him automatically toward the street, like I could see proof of what he said in the air. The other man leaned on the van with his arms crossed, staring at the opposite sidewalk. My dad is here," I said, because that seemed like the right first sentence for a kid to say. "That's fine," the man replied immediately. "We just need access for a moment. It's routine. We've had a few backfeeds in the area. Could be dangerous." Backfeeds. The word sounded technical enough to be real, and I hated that it worked on me. My brain grabbed onto it like a hook. Behind me, deeper in the house, I could hear my dad's voice in the back room, the cadence of someone trying to sound calm over a phone call that was probably failing every few seconds. He wasn't coming to the door. If I went and got him, I'd interrupt. If I didn't, I'd be the kid who couldn't handle a simple check. I slid the chain off. The man stepped forward like that was the only outcome he'd ever expected. He smelled faintly of detergent, not sweat or oil. He glanced quickly over my shoulder into the hallway, his eyes doing a fast inventory of space. Then he looked at me again and smiled. "Breaker panels usually in the garage or a closet," he said, already moving, like the house had invited him in. I took a step back because it felt polite, and then I realized I'd done it. I had moved out of his way. The second man left the van and approached the porch. Slower. He didn't look at me right away. He looked at our windows, our porch light, the side gate. His hands were empty. No clipboard, no tool bag. He had the kind of posture that pretends to be casual, but stays ready. "Hey," the second man said, nodding to the first. "Any issues inside?" "Just gonna check the panel," the first man said. "Still pleasant, we'll be quick." I walked ahead of them toward the garage door inside the house, because I didn't want them wandering. That's what I told myself. I was guiding, I was being responsible, but as I led them down the hall, every instinct I've been ignoring started clearing its throat. Their boots didn't have dust in the tread. Their hands were clean. The vest guy didn't carry anything that looked like work. No flashlight, no meter, no gloves. When my dog would hear strangers, she usually barked from the laundry room, but she stayed silent. I remembered then that I'd shut her in the back room with my dad because she'd been pacing, agitated from the outage. She couldn't see them. She couldn't warn me. At the garage door, I hesitated, and the man in the vest leaned closer. Voice still friendly. "Just open it up for us," he said. "We'll look at the panel and then we'll be out of your hair." In the moment, I wanted to believe him, because believing him made my decision from 2 minutes ago feel smart, instead of stupid. I opened the door into the garage. The afternoon light through the small side window was a dull gray, and the air smelled like cardboard and old paint. Our breaker panel was on the wall near the door. Clear as day, the man in the vest stepped toward it and crouched like he knew what he was looking at. But he didn't touch anything right away. He looked up and scanned the garage shelves, the stacked storage bins, the bikes hanging from hooks. His gaze paused, not long, on the door that led into the house. Then he looked back down at the panel without opening it. The second man stayed near the doorway, half in, half out, like a guard. His eyes were on me, but not in the way adults watch kids. It was flatter than that. I tried to fill the silence with something normal. "Is it gonna be long?" I asked. "Shouldn't be," the vest guy said. "You home alone?" The question landed heavy. My face got hot and I hated myself for it. "My dad's here," I said, louder. "He's in the back." The vest guy nodded like he'd expected that answer too. Good, good. Then, before I could decide why that word bothered me, he asked, "Anyone else coming by today? Another tech?" Sometimes they schedule follow-up. My heart did a weird stumble because, yes, there was someone else. A real someone else. We'd had a service appointment booked for that afternoon for a separate issue. A flickering line that had been happening for weeks. The timing had been unlucky, or maybe not. The technician was supposed to arrive between 1 and 3. It was already after 1. I could have kept that to myself. I didn't have to tell him. I see that now, but I was a naive teenager and my brain was still trying to keep everything in the "this is normal" box. "Yeah," I said. "There's a technician scheduled. He's supposed to come today." The man in the vest didn't freeze. He didn't flinch. He did something worse. He stayed smooth. He nodded once, like I'd confirmed a detail on a form. Behind him, the second man's face tightened for just a second. Then he lifted one hand and made a quick motion toward his own throat, like slicing the air. It was casual in how fast it was, but the meaning was so clear it made my stomach drop through the floor. The gesture was aimed at the vest guy, not at me. My mouth went dry. I didn't move. I couldn't even pretend I hadn't seen it. The vest guy glanced back at him, and the smile on his face didn't change. He gave the smallest shake of his head, a warning or an instruction I couldn't decode. Then he stood up. "Okay," he said, clapping his hands once like he was done. "That's actually good. If another tech is coming, they'll handle the internal check. We'll just do the external read today." External read. Another phrase, another hook. The second man stepped back out onto the porch, already turning toward the van. The vest guy took one step toward me, close enough that I could see a faint scar near his jawline, pale against his skin. "You did the right thing telling us," he said softly, like he was rewarding me. "Just keep that door locked until the scheduled guy arrives. People get anxious during outages. You know how it is." I nodded, because my body was still playing along even though my mind was screaming. They walked out. I followed them without meaning to, as if to watch them leave would somehow restore control. The second man opened the van's passenger door and leaned in for something, but he didn't take anything out. The vest guy didn't look back at me again. He got into the driver's seat, started the van, and pulled away with no hurry, like he had somewhere else to be. When they turned the corner, my legs finally remembered how to work. I closed the door. I locked it. Then I locked it again, twisting the deadbolt so hard it clicked twice. My dad came out of the back room a minute later, phone in hand, eyebrows pinched. "Who was that?" he asked. Not even out of breath, like he'd been listening and couldn't decide if it mattered. My voice cracked when I tried to answer. I told him the basics, and I watched his expression change in real time, from annoyed to alert, to something colder. He didn't scold me. That came later, quieter. In the moment, he moved fast. He checked the front window, then the side window, then the back. He pulled the blinds down. He told me to stay in the kitchen where he could see me. He grabbed the flashlight from the junk drawer and the bat from the closet, like the outage had turned our normal house into a place where those items made sense. We waited in a tense hush that made every little sound feel amplified. My dad called the utility company's customer line, but the call dropped twice. He tried again, got a recorded message about high call volume. He swore under his breath, then told me to call our scheduled technician's number from the appointment email. Because sometimes they left a direct line, my hands shook as I tapped the screen, watching the weak cellular signal flicker. A few minutes later, a different truck pulled up, an actual service truck with the company logo and reflective markings. The kind you can't mistake because it's designed not to be mistaken. A man in a hard hat stepped out and walked to our door carrying a tool bag and a clipboard. He glanced up at our windows like he expected someone to be watching, because of course we were. My dad opened the door only after he'd asked for identification through the glass, and matched the name. He stood in the doorway like a barrier, still holding the flashlight like it was a weapon. The technician listened while my dad spoke in short, clipped sentences. The man's face didn't do the polite confusion I'd hoped for. It tightened the way my dad's had, like the story fit into a pattern he'd heard before. "Those weren't ours," he said, plain and sure. "We don't go inside unless it's scheduled, and we don't send unmarked vans. During outages, we usually have crews on the lines, not door to door." My stomach lurched again, like the throat-cut gesture had reached out of memory and pulled me forward. The technician asked what they looked like, what they said, what direction they drove. My dad answered, and I filled in what I could, hating the sound of my own voice, hating that my details mattered. The technician stepped back to his truck and made a call on his radio. I heard him say our street name. I heard him say imposters like it was a category. Not a shocking thing. The outage didn't make them leave. The scheduled technician did. That's what kept replaying in my mind, over and over like a video I couldn't pause. If I hadn't mentioned the appointment, would they have stayed longer? Would they have gone farther into the house? Would the second man have done more than gesture? My dad reported it. The technician reported it. A neighbor came over later and said 2 guys had tried her door too, claiming they needed to check a fuse. She hadn't let them in. She'd shouted for her husband and they'd left. She told it like a close call, like a story you share over a fence. But when she walked back to her house, she kept looking over her shoulder. That evening, when the power finally flickered back on, the house filled with sound again. The refrigerators hum, the air conditioners rush, the clock's steady ticking. It should have felt like relief. Instead, it felt like a disguise being put back on. For weeks after, every van that slowed on our street made my chest tighten. Every knock in the afternoon made my skin prickle. I stopped assuming uniforms meant safety. I stopped assuming adults at my door were there for the reason they said. The part that sticks with me most isn't the clean vest or the calm voice. It's how fast the meaning of a simple gesture can turn your whole house into a place you don't recognize, and how quietly danger can back away when it realizes a witness is about to arrive.